Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Colin Nation Radio Show. Welcome. As you know, folks, when I tell you that it's going to be an explosive show, you know it's going to be an explosive show. You know we're going to get right down tonight. We're going to get right down tonight. We're going to have a good time. Oh, yes, we are. We're gonna come and get right down. Hey, we have a good time. So I remember old time gospel in church when we used to have a revival. We used to have church when we knew how to throw down church when we're gonna have a good time in the Lord one night. Yeah, woo. So when I tell you that I bring that old time gospel uh, sermon, fire and brimstone sermon to this, you know we're gonna have a good time. You know it's gonna go down. You know this is where you want to be. There's only place to be is at with the College Genesis. So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell somebody. College Genesis is on. You can call me Kala Rumble. You can call me Kala Genesis. You can call me Kala Thanos. You can call me Reverend Kala. You can call me the Kala the Ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. I got clowns all over the place. I mean, they come as far away as the Netherlands. So we got clowns all over the world. But they're part of the family. Nevertheless, we love them. You could be a clown, a dork, a fool, but we still love you over here. We take anybody here. You know. But stop what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Like, hit that subscribe button, that notification button. What's up, Dark Migo? The one and only Lord High Thanos is in the house tonight. Or you can call me Collar Rumble. I don't know why I say Collar. I feel like calling Thanos tonight, because I was thinking I'll tell Hustle Smart today. When I was talking about Hustle Smart, well, if something happens to you, who's going to carry on? I don't know. But I do know the strongest, what was it saying? The hardest choices require the strongest wills. Out of every black man in America, I'm the one with the strongest will. But I know, count about what you're hearing from me coming out of my mouth is dangerous. But I love danger. I am absolutely fearless in what I'm trying to do. And so, therefore, if I have to walk alone, I'll walk alone. Fine, I'll do it myself. The job has to be done. We have to reverse 400 years of hell on earth to create a new reality called nationhood, the new reality called the Afghanistan. So with that being said, I'm the college. Everything here leads up to that. Every critic I have, every commentary I have, everything is centered on the fact that one day we're going to be a people. We're not a people right now. There's a bunch of people who don't know who we are and living in a fucking white man's country, white man's system. This is not who we are. Where we are when we get into formation and we start building that system, that systemic system of our own, and we have absolute power over our destiny. Every group of people, every being. Let me tell you something, folks. God put it on every person being on this earth, right? It could be a little tiny fish at the bottom of the ocean. Let's say he has a little stretch of sand that he claims of his own. Out of trillions of gallons of gas and space in the ocean, right? You may say, why is that little fish guarding that? Because it's his. You ever see them fish that biting each other in the mouth? And I said, well, what are they fighting for? They got all that ocean out there. Because one fish has stuck a claim in that. The other fish wants it. He's going to protect his territory. Same thing with a flower or plant or tree. Two trees can't grow in the same spot. One tree will die because one tree will take all the nutrients. The other one will die, the roots. So each tree, each plant, you got to space plants out because plants need space. You need your own sunlight and your own soil. I'm saying that the black man in America needs his own sunlight, his own soil. Like a plant. If a plant can have that, right? A plant. The only thing on this planet in the universe that doesn't have its own sunlight in the soil is the American Negro. That's why Negroes act crazy. You have no sunlight and no soil of your own, where you control the space and you control the reality. But tonight's show, folks, is going to be about Hollywood. And Drewski did a wonderful skit where he's mocking that one dude that played Snowfall. This guy sounds like I was annoyed by that. I thought I was the only one seeing these British actors, right? I'm from Manchester. They go to these elite schools, brought all white people all day. Yet they come to America and they could play roles that that somebody from this culture should be playing. And it sounds convincing sometimes. So some people say, well, you don't like British act. I love British actors. But it's becoming so normalized now, right? That I do think people are losing the point. For example, I noticed this, right? There's not so much I can do. If I could, let's say I was an actor or whatever like that, and there's a Nigerian or somebody that I admire, I want to play a role, right? I think that role will be best suited for a Nigerian. Because there's going to be things about his culture, nuances and things like that I may not know about, that may be missed. People don't think Black America has nuances. That's the problem. I remember a few years ago, there was this white girl who wanted to do, she was passionate about doing something about Black people. She spent enough time in the Black community. She wanted to do a documentary or some movie. And the Black people said, no, I'm sorry, you can't do it. So, well, I know a lot about the culture. About I said, look, whatever you think you know, unless you think, and a perfect example of what I'm talking about. When Hollywood portrays the Black church, it's all completely wrong. They make it seem like Black churches are people that just hoop and holler in, blah, blah, blah. They simplify everything. But as I was growing up, right, I listened to great men like Bishop Huey Rogers, the Pentecost church, whatnot. I used to listen to Black men, my father, and all the elders that preach. And the Black men that I listened to going to church when I knew the Bible inside out, they had something to say to the world about sin, about everything like that. But yet, when you look at Black people, the way the Black churches play the TV, we just go in there, such and such, such. And it's like people have no morals, no nothing. That wasn't the church I grew up with. That's why people just started mock the Black church. We're like, oh, that's just a pimp. But he's just doing that. That's not the Black church I grew up in. That's Hollywood's portrayal of the Black church because they don't take time. And every time something deals with Black people in America, people think anybody can do it because they don't think Black culture in America have any depth. You see where I'm going with this? I know for a fact, just by watching the Black church, growing up in a Black church, right? I have never seen the Black church accurately portrayed. Only thing I've seen accurately portrayed is this last movie, Sinners. That's the closest I've seen that the Black church was accurately portrayed. The one part where he says, Sammy, put down the guitar, serve the Lord. And the one part where he said, if you keep dancing with the devil, one day he's going to follow you home. Black churches were all about basically condemning and getting rid of sin. But when you listen to most of Hollywood, they don't never talk about sin. They never talk about the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. They never talk about the Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, what that means. They never talk about all the things that we grew up with, listening to in the church, that shapes our everything you see in Black America, right and wrong, morality, also like that. So therefore, what I'm saying is, when people come into our community and they want to portray Black America, they don't know enough about us. They don't. So this is what we're talking about. So when you got Black British actors come over here, they don't know enough about our culture or the nuances of Black America. We're not the simplest people. Oh yeah, I saw a movie one time, the Black church. You go in there, sing and shout. You got the choir here, blah blah blah. That's more depth than that. Our culture is more deep than that, more sophisticated than that, more nuanced than that. But you won't know that unless you're a part of it. There's things you see growing up, and stuff like that. Like I said, I have never seen in Hollywood, right? Something as important as Watch Night has never been portrayed in a Hollywood movie. Well, Carla, what's Watch? That's a problem. Watch Night is probably the most important holiday in Black America. More prominent, and practiced along in Juneteenth, Kwanzaa, and all that stuff like that. Even Christmas. Watch Night in the church. Its exact origins, nobody knows. But it's something unique to the African American church. And so therefore, do you think a British actor or somebody that will know something like that? Of course not. It's very rarely shocking if I can find a foreign actor or that'll know something like Watch Night. I'll be like, Carl, what's Watch Night? Watch Night was an old thing we did in our community, right? Well, I don't know. At New Year's Eve, what we did was we ate black eyed peas, as I remember, and cornbread, right? And we ate that celebrating the new year coming in. And we sat in the dark. Some people say it goes back to the Revolutionary War, where black people were aiding rebels, and we thought we would gain our freedom and everything like that. And the black eyed peas is something we brought from Africa. So we would sit there in the church, we eat black eyed peas or somebody's house, and we sit in the dark with candles. And we wait for the new year to come in. When the new year came in, we turned the lights back on. The exact origin of Watch Night, you got to be studying everything. But you never hear things like that in Black America that's going to be lost forever, because we let other people tell our story for us. And they're thinking, oh, wow, we're going to be Black America. Look, no. If we let people basically tell our story for us, there's a lot of things in the richness of Black culture that's going to disappear. And this is not to bash Black Brits and stuff like that, but at some point in time, we got to put our foot down. And we got to tell it like it is. I think that, Eddie said, I think that Watch Night originated between Emancipation Proclamation. I think it even goes back further than that. No, I think I was thinking it happened during wartime. It happened during wartime. I heard it happened during either the War of 1812, and then it carried on to the Civil War. Watch Night. But we practice Watch Night in every Black community throughout America. But has that ever been portrayed anywhere? No, because people don't take time to learn who the hell we are. Funny thing is, they celebrate Watch Night in Liberia, So it is. Then I saw this thing where I thought it was just a joke. They're having a reboot of the Odyssey. Now I read the Odyssey when I was a kid, Helen of Troy, Achilles, and all this stuff like that. Now they got a transgender girl, transgender male, playing Achilles, which in 2004 was played by Brad Pitt. And now you got Lupita playing Helen of Troy, supposed to be the symbol of European beauty. I want to know what Africans, think about this tonight. I just don't get. I don't understand my African brothers and sisters. I don't. You think that's a win that you're playing a European, or somebody convince you to make a fool out of yourself by playing a European? This is insane. And these white boys are going crazy. These white boys are going insane. They're like, man, Helen of Troy had thousands of men running to her. They said if that was Helen of Troy, they'd be running in the other direction. I feel bad for someone like Lupita being put in that position where she's mocked and ridiculed because she's a beautiful woman in her own right. She could play an African role. But who decides to make an African woman a European woman? This is freaking insane. So yeah, so like I said, we got it on. Drew Ski just basically did a skit, and he basically is mocking the British actors and taking over Black American roles, and whatnot. Like you go back to your Manchester, England accent and whatnot. You come over here playing hood people. And they do it so crass too. And there's something cringy about that. Somebody from England coming here playing the most extreme examples of Black America. I something don't set right with me with that. Just don't. So it is what it is. But I think this is the first time this issue has been publicly addressed. Samuel Jackson said something about it. A couple years ago. Everybody put it on deaf ears. But now it's like, geez, every time we look up, there's a British actor playing one of us. So like, goddamn, what the hell's going on? Then I got St. James and I'm in the chat talking about, well, Colin, make your own Nollywood. Look, Nollywood don't have a budget. The film companies we have, production we have in America, we're looking at big money here. Real quality films. You know, we can't go down the route of Nollywood. So we gotta go down to the level of Nollywood. Start making quick, cheap Nollywood movies where people with a budget. You ever see Nollywood movies? It's like somebody's riding around in a car with a fucking with a camcorder and shit. Like that's what we're supposed to settle for nowadays. Nollywood. Come on. That's what we gotta reduce ourselves to. Well, Colin, we got Nollywood. Blah blah blah. Hollywood may be slow, but damn, it ain't that slow. I'm not an FBA, but some of the stuff the FBA's things says is right. Why do people play our rules? And why is it that, Like, let me give you an example. Africa has a rich history. Where are the African writers at that's bringing African history to life so it can go to what you call, all FBA flop? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, I guess Sinners, number one movie in America. I guess that was a flop, right? Number one movie. That's the best movie I've ever seen in my life. I guess that was a flop too, right? 16 Oscar nominations. That was a flop too, right? Oh, you talking about me flip flopping? I'm not flip flopping nothing. I tell things which is right, and I tell things what's wrong. If an FBA is doing something wrong, I will say it. If every FBA got a point, I will say it because this particular issue, they got a point. Why are we got so many British actors, right, coveting like Cynthia Erivo, right? Who gave this woman the green light to represent our women? Really, we're used to basically growing up on freaking women like Eartha Kitt, Vanessa Williams, freaking Pam Grier. We're used to growing up with beautiful black women. And then they're gonna put this Cynthia Erivo on us. We're saying, what the fuck is this all about? Sure, like nobody in our community. No, this is a big fish to fry. This is a big fish to fry. Because what else are they gonna raise? If they can raise us in Hollywood, right? Then it's easy for them to come over here, bring people from not our culture, and that's what's happening right now with the Congressional Black Caucus, right? The people in the leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus are not Black American, foreigners. Foreigners are going to look out for the countries they came from, whether it's the British countries, the French countries, and the islands they hail from, and whatnot. They're not thinking about our issues over here. So it does matter. It does matter. It's about power. Anywhere you have power, it matters. Hey, we got bigger fish. That's a big fish right there. Because you got behind the scenes, you got white people manipulating all this. And they're causing tensions between black Brits and black America, right? And we didn't start this. They're hurt right now, but we did not start this. Beyonce did a thing back in 2018 called Black is King. It was a black Brits and the African Brits that were in the UK were accusing her of cultural appropriation. She shouldn't do that because she's not African, blah, 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 blah. So we let it go. But now people are like, they're doing the same thing to us. And we're saying like this, and like, oh, y'all be discriminating. Look, they gave Beyonce a hard time. I'm not even a Beyonce fan, but I felt really bad for the girl. The way they were treating her, because she was just trying to show love. Yeah, Cynthia Erivo says bad things about us. And what gets me is she's not, I hate to get petty like that, but she's not beautiful at all. And so therefore takes our role. Now I heard this lady, she wants to play Shaka Khan. Now, how are you going to have Cynthia Erivo play Shaka Khan? We shouldn't be able to protect our beauty standards and all stuff like that we have and whatnot. It's just a sad situation. Everybody can come in. And what next? What next? Lupita is gonna play Pam Grier in a movie. What the heck? This is a sad situation. It's all because of white people sitting behind the scenes manipulating the stuff. You know, they have this thing of what they think a black person will look like, right? White people are like, oh, black Americans are too light skinned, they're too this, too that, we're too racially ambiguous. So they're getting Africans. I noticed I watched this documentary a few months ago, and it was a good. It was on Civil War, and it shows the Civil War soldiers. Right now, I see some pictures of brothers back in there. We had already developed this phenotype by the time the Civil War came, but whoever did this documentary, you know, they brought in a bunch of South Sudanese. It was a bunch of fucking South Sudanese playing black soldiers in the Union Army. I was like, man, come on, you know. So we'll talk about that tonight. You know, come to find out, you know, your Floyd Chud the Builder. So he had a interracial homosexual relationship, and the female that did him, she's coming out. In other words, Chud was bent over. I knew there was something about this dude, right? He was bent over, but that's the redneck hero now. You know, a white man, a racist guy, have been taking so many L's lately. It's unreal. Sad situation. Yeah, she's always making remarks about us. What gets me is people make the remarks. What do they think? We're not going to retaliate? Do they think we're not going to say anything back? Was it crazy? That's what we're talking about tonight, folks. We talk about Holly Weird. You know, people say, "Well, Carla, why is it so?" It's damn important. You know, it's damn important, right? That we can preserve and get, or just give it all up, give the whole thing up, just say, "Oh, whatever." And then what do you got? You got nothing. If you give it up, or you stand for something, or just give it up. Simple as that. How long can we take stand this in America? I don't know. I don't really know if we can hold on forever. You know, if they want to replace us, they can do that. They can do whatever they want because they're the ones financing the movies and everything. You know, so go in the future. If you want to see a movie made about Black Americans, you know, it's probably going to start shooting them in Ghana or Lagos to save money. You have freaking Nigerians and Ghanaians playing our roles in Africa to save money. And then we have some real Pan Africanism. You know, that's what it's all leading to. You know, the complete stripping down of Black Americans' culture and identity under the guise of so called Pan Africanism. So, this is what we're dealing with. Oh, what's coming to my mind? Well, yeah, Sinners is a good movie. Michael Jackson is a good movie. You know, people want the real. People want to know our history and our culture, and they really want us to tell it. They want us to tell all that history. They want to tell our culture. What's wrong? Sinners was a phenomenal movie. You know, play you're not FBA. Be honest with you. What the fuck is an FBA? Where's an FBA? You got a white person emoji, whatever like that in the profile. Talk about an FBA. Come on, man. Stop it, bro. You corny. Where the fuck is the FBA? Like I said, you guys sound weird nowadays. You know, what the fuck is an FBA? I don't subscribe to that FBA fucking ideology, you know. You know. Look, let me put it to you like this. See, for you low IQ people, I'm African American, descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. My ancestors were brought here in chains 400 years ago. My culture includes jazz, gospel, R&B, rock and roll, all these things that make up Black America. That's who I am, you know. There's such things as African American. I'm an African American. I'm an American by nationality. I'm an African by race. African American. Simple as that, you know. People got a problem with that term, but I'm gonna keep saying this is a showcase for people who are still and have always been and will be proud African Americans. So they can talk all you want, you know. Descendant of the transatlantic slave trade. That's all. Just like you got French, you know. Yeah, so yeah, I got enemy nerd. That's what I said. A lot of these guys are white guys who online calling up trouble, cosplaying as so-called FBA and whatnot. You think you're fighting an African FBA, you're really fighting a damn fucking a white person or somebody in Sri Lanka. Africa's a continent, America's a continent. Yeah. Yo, look, I'm from the African continent. My American nationality is the United States continent. Just like you got French Canadian, you got Irish American, German American, Italian American, Anglo American. I'm an Afro American. You understand? I am making sense. Yo, put a one in the chat room if you understood what I just said. Put a one in the chat room if you know where I'm coming from, folks. Rico Miller. Wow. Who else? Well, I don't care what they say. You know, I don't care what they say. What they say does not matter. White people or Europeans call themselves Americans. I could never just call myself an American. That's a difference. White people could call themselves Americans. We can't. Everybody else is a hyphenated American. Yeah, Baruti, I'm African American. Well, get over it. I don't have a particular African country. Man, that was lost to me in the Holocaust. That was lost to me in the Holocaust, right? Since that was lost to me in the Holocaust, this is my identity. You know, we had a thing called the Middle Passage. Once the people been uprooted from their land, once we came from Africa, I'm no longer an African. Now, I'm an African descent. Racially, I'm no longer an African. I don't know what Black Americans you talk about, right? Those one you spend too much time online. These people sit online all day. We're not African. We're not African. The same people be all over the damn internet. We're not African. We're not African. But the majority of Black people outside of social media call themselves African American. You know, we know who the hell we are. Okay, whatever FBA means, right? My ancestors were here, were the first blacks brought here in the 1600s. So I don't know what that. So I guess I'm not FBA. I don't know what the hell FBA means. Oh no, not the new African brother. Oh no, oh no. What are you gonna do down in Louisiana, brother? Y'all took all your voting districts away, man. I don't know. I have no idea what people are gonna call themselves Black American. So in other words, you're just black, an American painted black. So you're an American, right? When you say you're a Black American, what you're saying is you're a white man and somebody puts a coat of black paint on you. You know, look, Rudy, I am no longer an African. Period. I'm something else besides that. Because you know what, Rudy, things in history have consequences. One of the consequence is Africa was never able to protect us by being uprooted from a continent. That means we lost connections with the continent forever. Now I'm trying to rebuild that, in my own way, and I got a lot of people that support me. So I can't go over there and talk about I'm an African. Like I'm in Africa all the time. There's no way hell that me and the brothers I meet over there, much I love them, I'm not one of them. I know that hurts some people's feelings, but it's the truth. We're not Africans like that. We're African descent. We're people of Black African descent, sub-Saharan African descent, but we're not Africans culturally. Once we've been pulled from the soil of Africa forever, and Africa let that happen, we're no longer Africans. But back to the topic. Hollywood is accused of erasing Black American talent, African American talent, right? Descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, our people, to give it to African Brits and all these other people playing us. And the bottom line is, a lot of these people don't even like us. They despise us, say we don't have history, say we don't have culture, but the big prize is our history. Let's be honest with ourselves. The biggest prize is the African American culture. Everybody wants to own it. Everybody wants to take agency over it. Everybody wants everything to do with our culture, but the people who actually created it. Think about what I said. Everybody wants something to do with the African American culture, but they don't want nothing to do with the African American. To the point where they even want to erase the term African American, you know? Oh no, Elon Musk is African American. They don't want us to exist. Look, Birdie, Black African Infrastructure Organization. That's a goal. That's a goal. That's what we're trying to be. It ain't not about being ashamed. It's not. We're not. Until we have infrastructure, until we have, if you read the BAO, it's called Land Infrastructure Nationhood, LIN. Until we have land, until we have infrastructure and everything like that, we are not Africans. Why can't you get that through your thick head? Till we have a land of our own infrastructure, our own system, that what we lost, we're not Africans. Simple as that, you know. We're supposed to sit out here and be stateless Africans. You're an African, but everybody. This was another thing, Rico. You ever notice that Africans love Black America to be in a permanent state of statelessness? They don't want us to be part of their country, whatever like that. But they don't want us to embrace America either. We're supposed to sit in America. I'm not an American. Because I don't want to upset the Africans. But then basically, when it comes to Africa, oh no, y'all can't have a piece of your continent for yourself. And Bill, they don't want us having anything. They want to take our women, take our sports, take everything we got from us, our talent and everything for themselves. They took over Essence Fest. What else do they? Brewery, what else the fuck do you want from us? They're even trying to take the term African American away from us. What the hell else do you fucking people want? I don't get it. Somebody please come up here tonight, explain to me what the fuck these Africans want. And that's where the tension and the problems come from. This is stuff that causes people things like FBA to exist. What the hell do you people want from us? You want to take it all? You want to take our history? Remember Joe Biden when all these African leaders came here a few years ago? I think what year was that? I think it's 2022. He proclaimed that the African American Historical Museum. He told the Senegalese president, "You're African. This museum is your history." No, the fuck it's not. That's what it's looking like, Dark Mingo. They want to replace us. They want to come over here and we go back and live in their slums and whatnot, you know? Tell us how great, they always want to tell how great their countries are and they're running from it. Telling us, oh, yeah, and we got black people over there. Yeah, I got to get my land. You see how Dark Mingo, I shut that shit down? I am not letting no black person in America buy no fucking land in this scam ass continent because they're not serious about really actually giving us land and stuff like that. Because I saw what was going on. I ain't gonna be like, damn, oh, you can go to Africa and do this. Nah, get the hell out of here. Bruce says, Kala, you are leading your people down. No, I'm not. I'm leading my people to righteousness, to liberation. Look, Dark Migo, there's three things African American man. When you say African American man, I'll talk about our blood. You're my blood. Three things we got to fight. One, we got to fight the white man, eternal enemy. Secondly, we got to deal with other groups of people, Africans, other people who are nothing but race traders. The African is a problem. The last thing we have to fight is ourselves, which is probably the biggest threat because we have a lot of self-hate. We have a lot of people that's doing a lot of damage to us, whatnot, and we have to know what is right and wrong. That's an internal battle within our soul. It's a battle for the soul of Black America. That's the final battle. I believe we could take the white man on. I believe we could deal with the African. But what happens when the white man goes away and the African is not there? How are we going to deal with each other? You know, will we come together as brotherhood and finally become one as a nation? Or we destroy each other? That remains to be seen. So that trifecta, the white man, the African, and ourselves. Three things we got to overcome. And I'm not candy coating this shit no more. Because I'm seeing people, people who are not Black Americans, who the rhetoric I hear they're coming from, they're actually waging absolute war against us. They want to shut us down. They don't want us with anything. They want to ridicule us. They want to defame us and some of everything. So we have to be careful about who we like this. No more of this fantasy ass Pan African nonsense. None of this Pan African nonsense. Like I said, Pan African has that yin and yang. Pan African is my yin energy. Being an African American nationalist, that is my yang energy. That's what I run with. Pan Africanism is my yin. It's sort of like okay, we know we got a Pan African side, whatever like that. That's a minute part of my personality. Yeah, so it's like it's a sad situation because I do believe Africans got talent, but they don't believe in themselves. They don't got their self-esteem is not there. You know, you be seeing Nollywood, you be seeing these what you call like this. No, I am not. Look, King, I am not a Liberian nationalist. I never was. I believe like let me put it to you like this, King. I believe that Liberia, the story of Liberia, is like the story of Harlem and Detroit. It's something that needs to be preserved and connected to. And we did that. I did that. The years I've been going to Liberia, now you got Black Americans going there like that. I did my job in Liberia. I never was a so-called Pan-Africanist. I am not a Pan-Africanist. Never was. because I do not believe it exists, nor do I believe it ever will exist. In order for you to be Pan Africans, all parties got to be equal. All parties got to bring something equal to the table. We can't be the only ones bringing shit to the table. Our intellectuals, our authors, our writers, our investors. I always want to know this, right? Almost everybody I know is that somebody has basically. I want to know, why is it that when I see Black Americans in Africa, they're always building schools, they're doing all these things, these charity works and stuff like that. It's like almost like a requirement. We can never go to the continent and just rest. We always got to be given to them, which I have no real problem with that, right? But it's like, it's like a one-sided fucking relationship. We're always giving. Look at this. We're building this school. You have Ja Rule up there, built a school in Ghana. You all these people doing all stuff. That's fine. I think it's beautiful, right? But at some point in time, is it real? What happens when we stop being able to do that? Will Africans still take us in? Will they still accept us? What happens when it comes like the year of return? What happens if we don't have money anymore? What happens if we don't have disposable income or anything? What happens to the relationship between us and them after that? Well, I don't think I'm being a non-clarity, Baruti. I'm like, I asked the question: why is it that we're always coming out with charity? We've been doing this for decades. Going to Africa, building schools. The African Methodist Episcopal Church got thousands of branches of schools, everything throughout the continent. Yeah, I mean, is that? Oh, I don't know who Christopher Nolan is. I think it's Christopher Nolan. You know, what the hell, DK? What they thinking about putting Lupita as Helena Troy? It's just like they put that black girl up there as the Little Mermaid. We're living in insane times. And all this is doing is making it hard for us because white people are not going to attack Christopher Nolan. They're going to take their rage and anger out on some random black person. Like, we're losing our culture, we're losing our heritage and everything. Rico, I didn't say we gained nothing from Africa, right? I'm saying that Africa has not stepped up and put the same urgency with us as we did with them. That's all. Yeah, you got a tranny as Achilles. I mean, it's insane. This is freaking insane. This is freaking insane. I'm like, it's like, what the hell? Then the Drewski video, where they're basically like, you got these British actors playing Black American. I mean, that is so insulting. And what gets me is, if that was a white person, what's the difference between a British actor who grew up in Manchester, white all down right now? Only thing black about him is his natural black skin, playing a hood dude one night. Isn't that equivalent of blackface? Where you're mimicking something you're not? I think so. I think that's the equivalent of blackface. Yeah, Bill Porter. Yeah, that dude was disgusting. You know. Yeah, something quite not quite right about all this. You know. Look, Morgan Freeman played Mandela, right? That was Elvis, a different time period. Same thing with Forrest Whitaker. That was a time period of Pan Africanism, uh, awareness, and consciousness and whatnot. You know, a different time period. We're not living in those times anymore. That's a difference. You know. Yeah, Chiwetel Ejiofor. That's my favorite actor. The guy for 12 Years a Slave. You know, he played in that one movie with Don Cheadle where he was like, where, the guy was basically, I mean, that was a true story, you know. But those were different time periods, Elvis. Times have changed. Yeah, that's when we were cool. Africans, Black Americans, Africans were cool, but Africans turned on us. They showed us the ass, man. Like, yo, you know. Yeah, Elvis, you don't get it. That was a different time period. Those were different time periods, bro. Hotel Rwanda, that was a long time ago. That was a different time period. The culture and the mood, the geopolitics among black people have completely changed. We're not living in those Forrest Whitaker, what's the name? Kerry Washington. I thought that was a beautiful movie, you know, Last King of Scotland. I thought that was a beautiful movie set in, I mean, that was a beautiful movie, you know? No, it ain't about the FBA. It's just I believe it could come back. I believe Africans and black people can unify again. What it's not going to do until black people in America have respect. And I don't believe it's never going to happen without black Americans. You know, there's a revolution. But if it never happens, then we'll be further divided apart because, oh man, we got a show tonight, folks. Let me tell you something. And I've been reading this, studying this, and I never said this on the air, right? The problem with Black America and Africa is a lot of Black people in America, on one hand, they think they're superior to Africans because of their proximity to white people. Africans think they're superior because they come to the world, white people, from a position of power. You saw that with Ghana and the reparations thing, right? They're nation states. The African American has no geopolitical voice. It's not a nation state. So you have an unequal balance of power when white people come in and tip the scale in terms of the Africans. Just right now, white people could really come and say, you know something, we're gonna just deal with look, if this keeps on, right? Black Hollywood, we they could rewrite our history and do some of everything, right? Because they got Africans, you know, that can replace us. And that's unfortunate, but this is what happens when you decided that you don't want a nation of your own, with your own motion picture industry, with your own film writers guild, and all those things when every other culture and civilization has. No, white people are in a position of power, Rico. And what I'm saying is globally, whatever Africans have power to have, they are more powerful than we are because they could sit at the UN. They're on different boards of different agencies around the world. We're not because we're not a nation state. We have no power. You know, when Black people in America figure that out, then we can go to the thing. You know, well, the World Bank is not a joke. You know, the World Bank gives out money for developing countries to do film work and whatnot. There's all kinds of international bodies that governments tap into do things like the arts and the humanities and stuff like that. We can't tap into that because we're not a nation state. Yeah, white people, white audience, but they're still trying to push Afro beats. You know, for some reason, they're trying to push Afro beats, even though the audience for Afro beats is not there. You know, and look where the conversation started, Nico. We're both sitting around trying to jockey position about who's going to be next to white people. You see where I'm going with this? White people like they're gonna wink and nod to the Africans, right? Africans will run in and say, "Yes, boss, we're gonna we're going to do that," and black people in America get jealous, like, "Boss, we got a relationship here. Don't dudes be like that, boss. We got a relationship, like we are like DK. Black America can't get shit. How many times does just recently China said that it was suspending all tariffs of goods made in Africa. Now will China do that to goods made in Black America? No, because you're covered under U.S. law. So in other words, basically billions of dollars worth of lithium entering China from Zimbabwe, right? Duty free. Uh, uh, Now, countries like Zimbabwe are manufacturing cigarettes, stuff like that, for the Chinese market. You know, no taxes, whatever like that. You know, but tell me what big deal do we have now? You got the European countries getting ready to buy billions of dollars worth of gas from Dangote. Tell me what the black man in America has on a global scale, DK. No, I'm just saying, Rico, you cannot do nothing in America because look, Rico, they just took your voting district with you. That's what I'm trying to tell my good brother King Good right there. His dreams of having a new Africa in the South, that's gone because they just took your voting districts away from you. Went on the map and said, erase your voting district. So it is what it is. But DK, at least Liberia, they have a country to loot. Black man America ain't got nothing to loot, man. Yeah, New Africa is coming, all right. Yeah, in another universe, another time, another multiverse. I give it to you. Give it another 10,000 years, and on another planet, it'll happen. Rico, most black people are Democrats. You're born a Democrat. Rico, you're not. You're nothing but a Democrat. But I don't know. I know some things, but I don't know a whole lot. I don't know a whole lot. You know, but all I do know is something is not quite right. Okay. Yeah, you're gonna build. Yeah, you're gonna. Okay, this is what I'm saying. I was thinking about him right now. The whole entire Southeast, right, is now red. There's not one black or Democratic district in all the South. The Republicans just wiped out the whole South, right? Every county, every commissioner, every state, local, federal is in control of white people in the South. You know, the new power base of the white race. The black man in the South ain't got shit. When I say he ain't got shit, I mean he ain't got shit. He ain't got a pot to piss in, a window to throw it out of, and ain't got proper toilet paper to wipe his ass. Yeah, he gonna rise up and create the new Republic of Africa. And I tell you what might work, brother King Justice. When you guys do make your stand and show up, right? The white man may keel over dying of laughter, and he laughs so hard up they all die, and there you go. You got your new Africa, you know. Yo, look at DK. Man, DK's going in, man. You know, ain't nobody said nothing about going to Liberia, bro. DK. You know, I'm just telling the reality that y'all have in America. It's not bad. If you think you're not having, don't have no roles now, what? Drew Key, even though he shed light on that, but I guarantee you, by next year, you ain't gonna see no Black American actors. It'll be all British. You know, they're like, damn, man, we got a good thing going on here. Oh, we're gonna have a good time. Oh, yes, we are. Tell me, anybody grew up in the church? Remember that song? Oh, we're gonna have a good time. Oh, yes, we are. We'll come and sit right down. We'll have a good time. Oh, we're gonna have a good time. Oh, yes, we are. That's what church is about to get started, boy. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna have a good time tonight. You know, look, I got a PhD in Negroology. You know, I figured, two things that the Negro in America, when every time I see Negroes and they go to Ghana and stuff like that, two things that always drives me. The fact they don't have to work hard and they don't have to pay that lat bill. Motherfuckers with their solar panel. There was a video going out now where immigrants, like now you got this guy, six saints and sinners, Marquise. He is going in on black South Africans, right? But what do you say when this one guy busted this illegal alien in South Africa and he took down a solar powered street lamp, right? And he took it to his house and tried to power up his house. What do you do about people coming and they're just tearing up the country, taking solar power down and whatnot? Oh yeah, look, I watched 50 Cent. He has a TV channel called Action TV. Pretty 50, he's pretty good, you know. But I don't see anything really big coming out of his thing. Y'all get so hoped up with these people. Tyler Perry movies are garbage, you know. He hadn't made nothing in a while. Cat Williams, you got to be killing me, Rico. Cat Williams. None of these people are working together. They don't got financing, whatever like that. The only hope for Black American filmmaking to me is Ryan Coogler. That's the only hope. He said, "Cat." I'm a mute for saying Cat Williams. Come on, you gotta be kidding me. How you gonna diss me with Cat Williams, man? However, I think we're in a little bit, like almost an hour and a half in. The link's in the chat room. If you want to comment on this, what's your opinion? We like to know. Inquiring minds like to know. What's your opinion about this, right? So we just let the black Brits and the Africans replace us, and stuff like that. Maybe we're just too white, and whatever, we're just too white, we're too American, and they need other people to come play what they think we ought to be. I don't know anymore. I really don't. Anytime, say what you want, Ryan Coogler. Anytime you can make a film and the way they shot that film, they said there's one technique they used was never done before in filmmaking. I mean, that film was freaking incredible. When I saw it in the theaters, I have never seen anything like that in my goddamn life. I was like, damn. Right down to the fact that when they did the Lord's Prayer at the end, that was powerful. I was like, damn, man, what the hell am I walk myself into, man? That movie was off the chain. I was like, probably, what another movie was good? Creed 3. I don't think Cougar did Creed 3. I'm not sure. I know one of them he did. I think he might have did Creed 3. But that was good. Looking forward to seeing more of John Major, as an actor. Then he fucks up with some white girl. I don't know. They're trying to erase him. I hope the God he comes back. I think is John Major still making good? I think they make a good couple. We need more of that black power couples. Unapologetically, what you call. Oh, Jonathan Major. Every black man ought to get behind him, man. Should be like a new hero in Black America. You know, that's what we need. We need strong black men out there. Yeah, he was about to play at was it Doom? Something like that. Yeah, he was about to really take that role off, and all this shit happens. I was like, man, I walked by the theater when I saw Creed 3. I said, man, even though he was a bad guy, I said, man, I got a new guy, man. That's my guy now, man. That's my guy. I went in there with Michael B. Jordan, my guy, and then Kang, yeah, Kang. What you call? I saw bits of pizza. It was good, but I walked out of there and said, man, I got a new brother, man. Jonathan Major. Found out he's Black American, and I'm like, oh man, this is my guy. This is my guy. But he's good. He's with Megan Good now, man. Let's stick with the black girls, man. Realize now, man, crossing the race lines, not a good look. I guess Africa as a whole. No, the Africa is not a whole. That's the other thing is people don't understand. We could talk about the Africa. Tell them, Dark Migo. Kyle's the type of person we can go out and have beer. We go out and hit the movies, everything like that. But the African is always going to be what brings us together. It ain't all whole, never is. So I'm still with my people. I'm still with my brothers. You know, I'm with my brothers over here. That's what people think. People think that it's a zero sum game. Kyle is talking about Hollywood. He must have not told you. No, don't matter. The African is my religion. I got a life, you know. I drive nice sports cars. I do it nice. I have a good life over here and everything. But I'm still, like I said, I want to have it so that when you got brothers like Dark Migo, got money like that, we can have our own exchange and stock exchange. People can't go to the Afghanistan. They can have a portfolio of companies that operate in the Afghanistan that they can buy into. It's gonna be something for everybody to be a part of, you know. And I mean, everybody got to go there, but you can invest, you can visit, you know, you can send your kid there, you can send your kid to go to college, everything. You can do a military, what do you call it, military mission there for a couple of years. It's gonna be something for everybody, you know, to participate. The youngsters are in love cause Rico. Give me those same young kids. Give them to me, and I'll fix all Black America's broken toys and set them on the right path. I know I sound like it's a lost cause sometimes, but I know if people follow the Afghanistan and come with this program, our problems be solved. It's the only thing that's going to save Black America. That's why I'm on this platform, you know, no other reason. I'm not here because I want your money. I just want you to listen. That's all. Well, Baby Rodriguez, we're not looking for women. We're not looking for women. We're not. Dark Migo, can you please tell her that we do not want women, particularly like women like her. You know, we don't want no women in our fucking thing. You know, women come, they'll have their own program, everything like that. And then you got African women on the other side that'll freaking join us with this shit. You know, we don't want. I'm not. This movement is not about convincing no raggedy ass Black American women about anything. Because all they think about is getting a Saturday with their long stupid nails and eating their fish fry and shrimp and their pasta and lobster and all stuff like that. That's all the average Black woman in America thinks about doing. Well, yeah, Elvis, it's a boys' club. Simple as that. Same thing. America was a boys' club. Same thing. Liberia, our ancestors who built Liberia, built civilization, was a boys' club. There was men there. You know, only thing they gave the women to do was to sew the flag. Susanna Lewis. That's what the women do. Things like that. You sew the flag and stuff like that. You know, this is a men's movement. You know, this is for men. Real men would understand where I'm coming from. Men that are sissies, they need their mamas and their baby mamas and whatnot. Stay the fuck here in America. Join my good brother King Justice in his new Africa and whatnot. This mission will be done by men. It's men that's gonna cross the Atlantic and build this shit. Strong Black men. Real Black men. I need the strongest Black men that we have for this. I need them Black men from the Carolinas, you know. I need black. I need those Black men from the Carolinas. My father and them that went to New York and built New York City. I need those Black men that are built for it tough. The strongest men that the world ever lived. And those Black men from the Carolinas. You know, Yeah, look, look, King Justice, right? In all the respect to my Southern brothers, y'all ain't looking too good, man. How you gonna let a white boy like fucking Chud the Builder punk y'all? Oh, you had this one dude talk about, oh, I love Chuck the Builder and whatnot. I want to shake his hand and hang out with him. Only in the South. If that nigga was in New York, that nigga would have been buried in Rockaway Lake already. But these Southern dudes, they'll kill each other in a minute. Comes out to the white boy that's scared. This guy be walking up to brothers out there talking all kind of nigga this, nigga that. We don't do that in New York, bro. You know, white boys don't do that shit in New York. They know better. Only conclusion I made is maybe the South got these motherfuckers trained. How you gonna let a white boy come up to you on camera? Your mama and everything like that could be watching you. Your aunties, your nephews, and whatnot. They're watching you on camera. Fucking goddamn being called nigga and he's talking down to you, call him chip out. And the dude walks away with his jaw. What the fuck? I'm like, damn. We got a soft ass state as Tennessee. You know? If that's the South, that's the Southern brothers, man. Y'all can stay right here, bro. No, I don't think so, bro. We used to go there and we used to rumble with Italians. The only time you got in trouble in Bensonhurst and places like Sheephead Bay when you was out there by yourself. If Italians and all the people seen any large groups of black men, boys, brothers together, we used to hang out there, bro. We're in like a group or like a squad, like 15, 20. They didn't dare fuck with us. We weren't fucking kids scared of mafia and shit like that. We were not scared of these motherfuckers at all. Matter of fact, the Italian boys want to be down with us. They want to hang with us. Don't believe that shit you see on TV. It wasn't. As a matter of fact, most of the Italian dudes got along with us. We got along together. They used to kick it with us, you know. No, John Gotti didn't have nobody scared. Who's scared of fucking John Gotti? People have this idea because they watching too many fucking Goodfellas movies. You know, fucking Nicky Barnes. I mean, how many mafioso Genovese family? Frank Lucas and all them took out. Bubby Johnson. These motherfuckers were no joke. We got from Harlem. Motherfuckers don't fucking scared no goddamn Italian greaseball. A clue is that movie New Jack City. When they put that hit on the mafia guys, that was a gang where they, Italians didn't fuck with us. We show up and then when the Jamaicans got there, it was even worse. Jamaicans were worse with us because they come and kill the whole family, everything. Bumpy Johnson became Bumpy Johnson when he went to Harlem. Matter of fact, my family's from the South. They went to Harlem. The point is, we went to Harlem, went north. I don't have to talk about DK. We still got black communities in New York. Italian Jews, they couldn't do that. They tried, but you got people there, my family in New York, still got their homes there from the 1950s. Paid off everything. They paid off their homes back in the 80s. All they do is pay the property tax all throughout New York. So I don't know what DK's talking about. So how we bullied by Puerto Ricans? Puerto Ricans try to be down with us. People have this weird idea. Like I said, I don't know where people get this idea about black people in New York. The toughest group of people in New York, the most hated group of people was the Black American, the native Black American. We're like the most violent fucking people in America. Frank Lucas from South Carolina, bro. Say to Bumpy Johnson. Bumpy Johnson and Frank Lucas are from South Carolina, not North Carolina. Okay, what they can call us what they want. We call them Dagos, Guineas, Wops, Reese balls, whatever the fuck it is. We call them spaghetti. We call them everything. So people call it in New York. Let me tell you something. Everybody got a name for somebody. We call Italians mix. We call Jews kikes. You know, Polish people call them Polacks. Chinese people call them chinks. We got a name for everybody. Puerto Ricans we call them spics. You know, Bobby Johnson is from South Carolina. If I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. Let's go to chat BTPT. It says right here, Ellsworth Raymond Johnson was from Charleston, South Carolina, born 1905. He later moved to Harlem. I stand corrected. That's chat BTPT. Everybody knows he came from South Carolina. He even said in the movie Hoodlum, "Oh, I came from South Carolina. I never seen so many people in my life." He's from South Carolina. So it is what it is. Now, if you want to come up here and debate the topic, if you got a different point of view, I'm more than welcome you up here. Step right up, step right up. Step right up, step right up. And get knocked right back the fuck down. DK, South Carolina got a lot of black African American history. Step right up, step right up. I'll try to get my thing to work. Can't seem to get it to work. Let me see if I can hold up.
Vegetative state and the
Why is friggin' Anton Daniels? He's always crying over some white person crying about us. You know, he has a thing where it says the worst of black culture, ingrained in Carnival Cruise. In other words, how is the worst of black culture? People getting drunk, they're having a good time on a fucking ship in the ocean and whatnot, and everybody get upset. Like, goddamn, you ever see rednecks when they're drunk and they're having a good time? You know, police can't even break that shit up. Yeah, when black people have a good time, God forbid, you got a spook like Anton Daniels. Ooh, the worst of black culture. I can't stand niggas like this.
I keep telling y'all, a video circling.
So I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, so you got Anton Daniels running around. His whole thing is black people. Something wrong with black people. There's not anything wrong with black people. It's the environment and the culture that's the problem, right? And you ask yourself this question: why do white people monetize this negative culture if they think it's so bad? I seen a image of they say Benny Siegel is broke. Now he had the video thing called album called State Property. Went through all that shit and he's broke. You know, and Jay Z his cousin, right? Jay Z's supposed to be worth $1 billion, whatever. You know, and so I'm saying to myself, how the hell does that happen? Your cousin worth $1 billion and you're broke. I believe personally that, I don't care. Maybe my voice will never be heard, whatever like that. But I think like you got these rappers that killed Julio Folio, right? I want to know how is it? So what I'm hearing, Julio Folio was a head of a gang unit, gang member. Can somebody up here come up here and explain that to me more? That's what I heard, right? No, Jay Z and Benny Singles, they're cousins or something like that, you know? Julio Folio was a top gang member. That's what introduced him as. In the trial, it was like he's gang member and they want to eliminate another gang member. I said, who's that? I said, it was like, oh, the guy, Julio Folio. That's what they're talking about. I think they were talking about a second murder victim. So I want to know who friggin' green lights giving this fucking uh uh this thing. I know he's a toxic black man. No, Knack has a hard on for black men nowadays when he's trying to persecute us. My point I'm trying to make is who would knowing that it's a known fucking drug dealer, gang member, who would put him up there as and monetize and platform him? and do these record labels by making him a target. Do these record labels bear any responsibility for his death? I think they do. The record labels put these boys up there, knowing full well if you got people diss each other back and forth on social media, and next thing you know, you see somebody in a video flashing all this cash or whatnot, right? And the dude that his enemy did not get that record deal, so it looks like he won. The record company tipped the scale, right? The only thing left to do is to eliminate your enemy. That's hatred. Now, what gets me is why are these record companies like 360, also like that calls up monetize all these guys with this destructive behavior? How come they're not held accountable for that? At least under RICO predicates. That's a question I would like to know. I'm gonna get this for drugs dope. My point I'm trying to make, Elvis, is this. I don't give a damn who's these people. So in other words, you're telling me the person who's paying him, his employer basically, don't know he's involved with all this, the street stuff. So I don't give a damn if it's a gang shot. Gangs happen in a vacuum of irresponsibility and lawlessness. If you're a record company, a record label, you don't operate in that. You operate in the business world. You operate in the world of rules, regulation, and stuff like that. So if your world that you're operating in is ruled and regulated, stuff like that, how is it that you would include this element of society into what you're talking about? And why is this allowed? It's supposed to be that if you're basically going out doing fucked up shit, then like I said, if you do something fucked up nowadays, excuse me, and you say something online, your employer can come and say, you don't speak for us and terminate you for what you say online and stuff like that. That happens all the time. They can fire you for a social media post. That's out of line. So you ask yourself this question. If they can fire you for a social media post out of line, terminate your contract for something like that, for behavior unbecoming of what you're doing. We don't want to be associated with that behavior. How is it that somebody could talk about murder, be involved in murder, be around it, and promote it, and nothing ever happens? That's the part I try to make. I believe it's done deliberately. I just think that done deliberately. So you got our first guest up, Mac Beasy. What's the top? What do you want to comment on?
How you doing, brother? Good morning, or yeah, good evening. I think it's these young, toxic black terrorists, community terrorists. They do it themselves, and I think it's backwards of what you say. I think corporate America wants to profit off of the already existing toxic black male terrorist culture that has been a cancer to our black community. Uh, you know, terrorizing our old people, deleting our young with strays, you know, indoctrinating our young women and young boys. So Julio Fulio, he made a song to the beat of Fantasia's "When I See You" or something like that, and it was a catchy tune. but he was actually talking about people he was beefing with, basically calling upon his own death and challenging other toxic black terrorist males to get him, and they finally got him. You know, they got him, spot him, got him. These black men, these young black males, as you like to call them, are out of control, and they're created in an image of their wild black terrorist fathers.
Well, how do we know? Do they know their fathers? How do we know it's the fathers? If the fathers are absent, like I said, I saw
Are the fathers absent, or are the fathers like what's that guy from Brazy from Alabama, who was locked up with his father but didn't rock with his father because his father was buns, so to speak. These dudes get locked up with their fathers. They walk in the footstep of their fathers, whether they're there or not, because they always got a goofy uncle that'll put them onto the game instead of really teaching them how to navigate in this world.
a sad situation. So, do
Yeah.
you think that's the reason why the Hollywood and stuff like that? Because remember, for a time period, Hollywood's reaching out to rappers to play roles. Remember that? They're not doing it anymore. Now they're
Hmm.
reaching out to black Brits and stuff like that for roles and whatnot. So because like I said, once you get a certain star power, they don't want to pay somebody Denzel $50 million a film, so they got to go cheaper. Before they would go to
Right.
rappers. Now they're going to the English side of things.
Well, they've been doing that. I don't know if you remember a movie called Hollywood Shuffle with
Yeah,
Robert Townsend. He had this thing called Black Acting School. It was a skit,
yeah, that was
and
hilarious.
basically talking about how these English actors who I don't think get burned in England. They don't get burned, so they got to come to America and play Black Americans, tether to our roles and characters and stuff to make it big. And let me call out the Black American tether, um, Danny Glover, who played the role of Tula. And Tula was an enslaved African that helped start this revolt in Curacao. And a lot of people in Curacao was like, why couldn't they find someone from Curacao? And apparently there's an actor who always plays the role of Tula, but they used Danny Glover. I watched it, and someone who has a insight into Antillano culture, could speak the language, live there. Danny Glover did horribly. And even I, who speak the language, I would do horribly. I wouldn't try to play that role. So it goes both ways. I think Africans should play Africans, Caribbeans should play Caribbeans, and Black Americans should play Black Americans.
I said to Elvis in the chat room, he said, "Well, uh, Morgan Freeman played Mandela," but I said, "But that was a different time period.
Right.
That was a different time period. These things are different now. People are just hungry down. Or no, because let me give you an example. What I'm talking about. I said like this. I grew up in a church, right? Until I saw the movie Sinners, I have never seen any inkling of a black church being portrayed accurately. You know, it's always like, oh yeah, we go to church. And it's like this. The way his father was really holy in that movie. That's what I grew up around. You know, talk about if you don't do this, the devil, whatever, like that. You gotta. It's like this. You gotta get rid of sin and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And I said, normally when I'm watching black church films, it do be a lot of foreigners, and all they know how to do is show black people jumping and shouting and acting a fool one night, and they don't get the essence of who we are as a people, because it's things I could pick up on that I know. It's like, let me give an example. I've never seen Watch Night portrayed in the movies,
Right.
and Watch Night is very important in Black America, New Year's Eve, Watch Night, and that's never been portrayed. Why? Because the people who purport to know Black America have never really studied. You can look, You can't go to a people. Black America is not simple. People have this mind that they know us, they know our culture. Everybody think they can do it. Then when I watch all this stuff, I'm like, y'all missing a lot of stuff. That's not how we do. That's not how we talk. That's how we do. Yeah, that's what I used to always say. That don't sound right. That sounds corny. That sounds goofy. That sounds off. You know. And then dawn on me, that's what.
Motherfucker. Not you, brother. This fucking cocksucker took my parking spot. Well, go on.
Anyway, so what I'm saying is the nuances. Like there's things. Even if I try to do a Liberian role, I couldn't do it
Right.
because there's things. Even though I go to Liberia a lot and everything, and I think I know it, right? There are things about the culture that the only Liberians will pick up on that I naturally overlook. That's very much important. No matter how I can spend the rest of my life there, I'll never be able to pick up on every last single thing that's important to tell a complete story. And I think that's what Drewski was saying. You cannot do that. Sometimes you can, like a movie like Forrest Whitaker's a character actor, a historical. That's one thing, right? But when you try to get into the nuances of what exactly happened, and like in this Last King of Scotland, they didn't talk about that Idi Amin was his mother was a Coley, and you got the Langley tribe, the different things that power struggles that went on these tribes and whatnot. It was just a surface gloss. All you need to know was Idi Amin and dictator, whatever like that. Whereas the next Idi Amin movie will probably delve deep into the nuances of that culture of Uganda. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But at least that movie was made for like American audience, Last King of Scotland, whatnot. But when you try to make a serious movie about somebody, you got to get the people from that culture to talk about that culture because they're going to give you insight on things that you don't know about. That's just where it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I
But
mean, even down to the facial expressions, the hand gestures. I grew up around Caribbeans. There's certain things they do with their fingers. They suck their teeth. Sometimes they point with their lips. There's certain things that they do that we don't
I
do.
know, like I
And
remember, yeah, you got this one brother that I used to know, right? Name was Anthony, right? He was like a Franklin Ajayi type of brother, but he was one of them, that really talk really fast. But I seen his type all over the place. And only people I'd seen like type was Black Americans.
mm,
That jive, that anybody that really talk really fast. That's something unique to Black America. You can't get a Jamaican to understand that or play that, whatever like that. Now you meet a Jamaican person, there's gonna be things that Jamaicans do that we don't know about. That's a Jamaican like me. You can't make rock. I can't make reggae music. It's not my culture. I can't do what they do or their expressions and stuff like that. I could basically try to. Man. We always try to imitate Jamaicans. Yo man, and I know kind of we look ridiculous when we do it. Yeah man, yo man. Whatever we try to say the man. But you can't do that if you're not really that person. That's good on the surface, right? Okay. You got a Black American playing that role. There's a little role. Okay, it's fine. But if you want to really make a really good Jamaican film, whatever, with a lead actor and you're going to put a budget in there,
right.
and let's say you want to say, I want to make a movie about Eco Mouse, somebody, you got to get a Jamaican.
Remember Mark for Death with Steven Seagal and they had them fake Jamaicans?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I was thinking about that
Screw
tonight.
face. No, screw face.
Yeah. I was thinking about that tonight when I was doing the show. I said, yeah, that Mark for Death. I couldn't think of the movie name. That Mark for Death, the posse. He took on the posse, And it was like, I was like, the thing. I was like, what the fuck was that, man? What the hell was that? You take it on the posse and whatnot. And I'm like, yeah, it is what it is. But that's what it is. That's what Hollywood does. I don't now in this late date and time. I wonder is Hollywood doing this intentionally or it's just an oversight? What do you think?
Um, I think it's an oversight. I mean, I don't want to say that. I mean, it's nuanced. I think it's nuanced, man.
So in other words, and I'm saying to myself, okay, I like Cheerwell Gia for 12 Years a Slave. He was good at that, right? But this one guy that played in Snowfall, that kind of bothered me, because one thing I don't like is I don't like when the foreigners come here and they play a negative Black American role because I'm gonna deal with it carefully and stuff like that, right? I don't want to give
Hmm.
off the impression that you can go back to your Manchester, England life and everything like that. Well, it looks like you're dumbing down to play one of us.
Right, right. I
That's the
agree.
problem I have.
Like I
And
think a lot of us we reach into when we do those roles, reach into actual trauma and experience and memories that we had that was told to us by our fathers and our uncles and aunts and mothers to really embrace that role. When someone hasn't lived that and they haven't experienced that, they had a whole different experience. It's like really copycatting, and to me, it's disrespectful. I would
it
never play, a Jamaican, you know, I don't know what they do, sell coconuts on a road. I wouldn't be able to play that role because I never sold coconuts on a road, or climb a coconut tree with a machete in my teeth, or drive a dollar van. I don't. That's not my life. I'd rather a Jamaican play that.
yeah, and also I was thinking about this today too because when I put the show title up in the in one of the group chats we got, they all came at me, right away and said,
Mm,
"Colin, why don't you just create your own Nollywood?" I said, first of all, one Hollywood movie has a budget of like 5 years worth of Nollywood movies. Cheap, cheesy. We're talking about two,
yeah,
right? I said, look, the bottom line is my point I'm trying to make is, you know, um, there's nuances in our culture you won't know. For example, just a couple of days I was arguing with Flex Up, right? I was saying that I'm paying attention to what's going on online in America, right? He said, oh, you watch too much TikTok, blah, blah, blah. I said, look, I predicted Trayvon Martin because while everybody was talking about every song up until that time period, maybe a few years before that, every song, everybody was a thug. Remember that? I'm
yep,
thug. You couldn't get a record deal unless you had a white tee. He had the thug look, right? While we just like, okay, it's a thug look, right? That was seeping over into white America. Like, we got a problem, Skippy. We got these thugs running around. When white people start saying stuff like that, right? Then next thing you know, what could be just a problem that they could solve with simple law enforcement, more education, and everything, you become that kid becomes a, a public enemy number one. This is why when everybody was shocked when Trayvon Martin got killed, all these white people were like, "Well, he was a thug anyway." What made him a thug? Because he had one picture online, right, where he was sticking his middle finger up. So he deserved to die.
right.
And then I said, another case was Tamir Rice. Now, Tamir Rice was an 11-year-old boy, but he had a little size to him. At 11, he was kind of big. And he's walking innocently like a child. He's 11 years old, playing with his toy gun in a park. The police gets out of his car and guns him down.
In
And
like not even 2 seconds or something.
yeah, he just got out of the car, just gunned him down. But the thing is, the white community was okay with that because we let our guard down and didn't understand that those images we're putting out was seeping out there to people. Then I saw this one thing right after that happened. These black kids were playing with toy guns, right? And a bunch of adults came and said, "Look, y'all gotta put that away." I'm gonna take that from you. Why you take it from you and say, look,
Right.
you know, you may think it's innocent, right? But there's people gonna see that, right? Somebody's gonna call the police. They're gonna come over here. And it's not gonna be good.
Right.
The kids didn't understand it. They had somebody. I said so. When I told Flex Up was, it's up to me if I see that to warn them because that's a culture. You are an immigrant. You don't understand why I would do something like that. You don't understand the culture that I'm talking about, until it's too late and it happens to your kid. Like, what the hell happened? Well, I don't know what happened. Because you weren't reading the room. You don't understand the culture of America. Shit like that can go down and it can happen. Those other
There
cases,
was a.
this
Oh, go
one
on.
black kid, he was in a gym, right? And this girl he went to school with, right? I guess he liked it, whatever like that. And he kept like touching on her and stuff like that. She'll say, "Leave me alone. Stop, such and such, whatever like that." Anyway, he's a couple of black people at the gym noticed that the people that worked the gym were looking over there. And some of the guys, white guys, sitting there like this. And then the dude said, one black brother said, "Let me speak to you outside." He goes, "You know that girl?" "Oh, yeah, what's good?" "Yo, let me tell you something. You think it's innocent, right? But the world sees you as a black boy harassing a white girl." He said, "We go back in there, go over to your side, Jim, leave her alone." These are things black Americans teach each other. Another example is this. When I was a kid, we go upstate New York. You know what we used to have to do? We used to have to, when we go to a restaurant, we would sit outside the restaurant, right? And see if any black people are coming out. Because we live in a white neighborhood, whatever area. We see another black family come out. Oh, it's good. We ask them, "Is that good in there?" "Okay." It's safe to go in there. A lot of people, the immigrants, probably don't know what that's like. Because they're coming over after the fact. That's what we had to do, And stuff like that. Oh boy, here comes Elvis with immigrants explaining. All right, Elvis. Elvis, you holding us up.
Almost got that Liberian internet going.
Well, anyway, but that's what we
All
had
right.
to do.
Can you hear me? Can you
Go
hear me,
ahead.
Colin?
You go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, bro.
I just want to make a point. I don't want you to cut me off.
Yeah,
Uh, I'm gonna miss a few. Just let me make the point. I'll go back a little further, right? There's a movie called Sarafina. It's based on apartheid in South Africa. You had a
yes.
few African Americans in that movie, like Whoopi Goldberg and a few others. Of course, you had a movie. I already said it, but Hotel Rwanda. You know, Don Cheadle. He played, I think his name was like Robert Gangi or something like that. The guy that was the hotel manager. He was, he's a black American. Don Cheadle is. You had other movies where I had the movies in my head. And I just kind of forgot them. But let's just take because you said that those are old days. Let's go to common day, like a movie like uh, uh, um the new movie Gladiator 2 with Denzel Washington, right? Was it a person in Rome who was of African American descent in Rome that he played that role? The point here is, Colin, these Hollywood directors, they cast these movies, right? They know what they're looking for. They have auditions, and they know the kind of actor and the kind of person that they feel embodies that role. That's the people that they choose to put in the movies. So it's not a thing where Africans are taking your roles. Africans don't have the
I
power
never
to
said
take
that.
your
I'm
role.
saying my point I'm
You
trying to make is
Let him finish though. Let him finish.
Yeah. So there are a lot of movies. I mean, there was a movie with look, let's take Black Panther. I know a lot of people get, up in arms about Black Panther. But of course, Black Panther is a movie that's based on an African, culture or society, right? But of course, you had a lot of African Americans in that movies, which is great, which is fine. Nobody is saying it's culture appropriation because again, people understand that even though it's a movie based on an African kingdom, but Africans don't have the means to make that movie. They have the budget to put it together. So the studios will find the most talented people who fits the role and who will bring that character to life and do a good job at doing it. So I don't want you to do that because the reality is, there are a lot of African Americans who play great Africans. Like Forrest Whitaker, he did a great job playing Idi Amin. Right, the accent was a bit off, but again, he's a method actor.
but
That's
I don't think that movie was all that serious. Now it's gonna be a time like Idi Amin's son's out right now, right? Look just like him, and he's out there defending his father, and he makes some good points. There's a viral video going on. Idi Amin's son, he looks just like him, and he's talking about how the world lied about his father. He said, "Look, he gave them safe passage, the Indians, they offered him citizenship. Uganda refused. And he offered them money to relocate to England, and they're doing better off than they ever would if they even stayed in Uganda." So he tried to set the record straight, and he was talking about how a lot of the stuff that happened in Uganda was instigated by outside forces, And so my point I'm trying to make is this: the next movie about Idi Amin is going to be a serious movie. It's going to deal with subject matter like that, right?
Carla, there's a movie already called Idi Amin Adada. Is a movie I saw when I was in Liberia, and there's an African guy that's playing that role, and it's
Yeah, but that movie was propaganda made by
okay.
Indians and British. British. It was shot in Jamaica. That movie was not accurate. What I'm saying is the real Idi Amin and everything like that he stood for, and everything like that. He was much more popular.
Are you saying that Idi Amin was the hero, Carla?
No, you missed my point. I'm saying that you got to put it in context. I can't do that, right? A Ugandan, right, will say, you know something, when he was in power, he gave us a lot of power. Business shifted towards us. And for a time period.
No, that's not true. Okay, Carla. Sometimes when I come on the show, I don't really want to push back on you, but sometimes it's like I'll
No,
be
Elvis,
I'll be
Elvis.
derelict to not push back on
The
you.
popular narrative is he was a brutal dictator. It may have been true.
Both things are true, right? He took the businesses from the Indians and the Lebanese and gave it to the Ugandans who were unprepared, and the
Yeah,
economy went to shit,
so,
and they ran the country economies down, into the
hold on.
drain.
Actually, to tell you the truth, although not all Indians and Lebanese were kicked out, the ones that were kicked out were the ones that refused. That's another thing they'll tell you. The ones that refused Ugandan citizenship, the ones that were holding British passports were kicked out, and rightfully so. They were bleeding the country dry.
What's going on in Uganda right now, Carla? What do you think is going on there right now?
Well, I don't know. Uganda is still hurting right now for what
No,
years.
Uganda is doing well, relatively well to what they were back in those
The
days.
point I'm trying to make is this. Like I said, when
And there's a lot of Indians and Lebanese there doing
right,
business.
yeah, a lot of Indians, Lebanese, but there's also a lot of Ugandans there do like that, young Ugandans who are doing everything from tech to everything like that. They're really thriving, probably doing AI. You got Ugandan companies that are now producing their own tea and coffee and sell on eBay. Whatnot, they're getting rich, right? There's a lot of stuff like that going on that didn't happen at the time, So point I'm trying to make is this. The next movie that's going to be made about Idi Amin and whatnot, right? The intricate details and whatnot. And like I said, it has to be explained by Ugandan. I'm not going to come in.
Let me just give you a plug, right? There's this African show that's on HBO. Well, it's an African show, but with Jill Scott, right? And I like Jill Scott. She's a great
It was
musician.
right, but the Those aren't serious movies, man. Come on.
No, it's not a movie. It's a series, right? It's called. I think it's called like the Detective.
True
Yeah,
Detective. I saw it. You know.
yeah. That's an African American playing an African role. There you go,
Yeah,
Colin. Speaking of that.
those were different time periods.
Oh, stop that with that. Those are different time periods, Colin. You just regurgitating FBA talking points.
Oh, this is what
This
I'm
was
saying.
never an issue until the FBA started to bring it up.
Hold up. There's the different time periods is this. She played a Botswanan woman returning, and when that was a beautiful movie. I seen it. You know, beautiful movie, right? Now we're living in a time.
It's a series. It's not a movie.
It's a series, but now we're living in a time where people are bunkering down, and they're taking their culture and history seriously, and they're also taking who tells their story seriously now. It wasn't like that before. We just thought any black person could basically tell an African story or Black American story. It's not like that anymore, you know. So,
What do you,
whole thing is-
hold on. What does he mean that it was is FBA talking points?
Well, yeah, like this whole thing that the FBA have that we Africans are trying to cosplay or take away things from them, and I'm telling you that these things have been happening for a long time. Where you have you're a black person, a movie studio wants you to play a specific role. Let's take this. Let's bring it back here, right? Like music. You know that Batman, Christian Bale, the most popular Batman, is not even American. The American Psycho in the Christian Bill. He's not American. He's an Englishman. I think he's Welsh. So some of these actors, the white people, a lot of these white actors are not even Americans, but they play American parts. You don't hear white people complain about it because they're white. They can play those roles. Same thing with black people. If you're black, you can be able to play any kind of black role.
Let me
So I
let me
don't get
push
it.
back on. No, I got you. But when you said the FBA talking points, right? This FBA group was called FBA like recently. But I'll just say Black Americans have always been voicing these issues. I mean, one of the most popular guys to bring it up was Samuel L. Jackson. Brought it up years ago before Tariq Nasheed even mentioned FBA. Robert Townsend made a skit in his movie Hollywood Shuffle about this before there was any mention to FBA. So we've been saying this for a while. It ain't just since FBA came about, bro.
In regards to Samuel L. Jackson, right? He played a British guy in All the King's Men, all right? In that movie, he was playing a British guy as an African American in England, based on the English, a secret agency or whatever. So come on now, he was being a bit of a hypocrite there.
Or whether he was being a hypocrite or not, my point is just that Black Americans have voiced this concern for a while, way before FBA was even coined. The term FBA was coined.
So what should it be that if a studio wants to make a movie about African history or African character, because don't forget Roots, all of those guys coming off the boat, Kuta Kinte and all those guys, they were African people, right? So they should find appropriate Africans to play those parts, and what's the deal here? Like Africans shouldn't play any role that an African American
Well,
could play.
well, let's put it to that. African Americans or Black Americans were sold by Africans. So at that point, we were all Africans. So historically, it is correct to use a Black American as an enslaved African that was sold off. That makes sense, but not to have Cynthia Erivo trying to play then, someone that is freeing Black Americans. She doesn't because of the separation. We have a different move. We're different now. You know that, Elvis. So just have the people from that culture do it. Like, look, way back in the days, somewhere I was the Igbo, something like that, right? But you think I'm gonna go and say, oh, because of 400 years ago, my so and so was the Igbo. Now all of a sudden I could play Namdi Kanu in a documentary. That don't make no sense.
I mean, by that I hear you, right? But by that logic, a lot of your actors, your great actors, have played African roles. So do you think that was going through their mind? They felt like, well, I'm black, I'm African by origin, I could play this role.
I mean, but what role?
Like I said, like Whoopi Goldberg playing the teacher in Sarafina, for example. Don Cheadle playing the guy from Rwanda. Forrest Whitaker, a great actor, playing Idi Amin. Morgan
Right.
Freeman playing Nelson Mandela. And I think it's called
I would
Invincible.
say like this.
So come on,
Wait,
My
these
let
guys.
me
point,
respond to his point. Let me respond to his point. I'm against that. I
Okay,
thought Forrest Whitaker was horrible as Idi Amin. It looked racist to me. The shit looked like he was making fun of Africans.
yeah, it does.
Don Cheadle was a little better. Whoopi Goldberg, I didn't see the movie, so I can't speak on it. But The Last King of Scotland to me looked like he was just taking a piss at Africans to keep it 100. So I keep it
Kerry
100 on
Washington
both
was one of his
ways.
wives in that movie. She's an African American.
Well, I don't know about her. I'm speaking about the big dog.
Yeah, I would say like this. I'll say like this. Those movies right there, Elvis, was surface glossing, like Nat Media said. Surface glossing, okay. I'll put Idi Amin when I said, now the time's gonna come where somebody's gonna want all this new stories about Idi Amin coming out, right? His relationship with his mother. She's a sorceress, whatever like that. And a witch, they said. And then all the stories that he told when he was a kid, he had to kill a snake, whatever like that, or something like that. I believe somebody from his tribe that knows the background of the thing need to play that, And also, I think, to be honest with you, right? I think at this point in time in our history, right? With very few exceptions, I think Black Americans playing African roles is disrespectful
Thank you.
because there's a lot of things about Africans that I learned over the years that are nuanced. Like before Elvis, we didn't really, be honest, we didn't really respect Africans. What we did was we project ourselves on the Africans, right? We could think for them. We could like this. Like I said, now Africans have basically said, like I have this theory, right? It's like the view from the ocean theory, right? We look at Africa, right, as the shore of Africa as the place we lost, whatever like that. And the people who basically did that were Africans and white people. That's how we got uprooted from the continent, right? Well, and what I'm going to say is controversial. Africans do not have that same story. The coming of the Europeans was, in many ways to this day, was a mark of good tidings, blessings,
Yes.
trade, prosperity, happiness. So therefore, how can we possibly understand what an African living on the coast of Nigerian is thinking? He don't have the same experience of being uprooted from the continent, put in bondage, right? That's our mentality. We're put in bondage, slavery, and stuff like that. That's why me and Mike Olawale clash. Because he's right. He goes, that's not my history. I listen to him, and I used to hate these guys for saying it, but they're telling the truth. That's not my history.
Thank you.
So
Now you get it, Colin. Now you're coming around.
no, I'm just telling the truth. I'm just saying that's not my
Thank you.
history, right? So therefore, if that's not my history, then I can't expect them to articulate or understand what I'm going through. We're doing all this by ourselves, right? We're doing all this ourselves. Same time, Elvis, right? A British actor, right? This guy that I don't know his name, right? The one Drewski was making fun of, right? Not only is he Nigerian, he don't have the history of being uprooted from the continent. That's not his story, right?
You mean like who? Denzel Idris?
Yeah,
Is that
whatever.
who he was making fun of?
He does not
Or
have the
John
story.
Bodega?
Yeah, he does not have the story of being uprooted. Now, Chirwell Jifor, he was able to, in his movies, understood, whatever like that, a little bit, right? But this guy is a Nigerian black.
Kyle, let me break it down real quick, right? The real dynamics is not on you or the African Americans or the African. It's on the movie studios, right? And the reason why those African Americans play those African roles are because they were well established actors and actresses who could sell a movie, who could bring people to the box office. So movie, studios, they're making business decisions based on big names and a big draw. So that's what's going on. And most
That'll make it right. Like the Woman King. I think that was
that was one of the movies I had in mind. A lot of those women were African American, telling the African story.
In the movie, even though I saw bits and pieces of it, it didn't set right with me. In the movie, it didn't set right with me. You know, I mean, I'll be honest with you. You know,
Well, but here's the thing about that is that if there's didn't the woman king, was she enslaved, or what was the slavery story with that? Because I know it was the Benin Kingdom.
Oh, it's like it's Dahomey, right? This is what happened with
The homie, right? No,
Dahomey.
I know what happened with it. I just wanted clarification what it was. You can't say that Black Americans cannot play those roles because that is literally how we got here. That's if anyone is qualified to play that role would be us because
No,
we
no,
can
no, no,
go
no.
back and
No, the woman king was an enslaver, right? And she was fighting for, like freedom from the men who was kind of subjugating them, and they had power.
okay.
So she wasn't one of your ancestors. She was one of the people who on the continent,
Well,
Africans. Yeah.
oh yeah, well, F her.
Yeah, so also, if you study the history, also somebody like Smitty up here, you got before you come
I've
up.
seen them in the comment section regularly. So you must be
I
a
want
black
to,
person.
I
I
want to,
don't know.
look, I want to see a face. Put your camera on. Put your camera on. I want to see a face. Nope. Sorry, it's not good enough, bro. Put your camera on. Let me see a face. You're not getting up.
It could be somebody that copied Smitty's name because I've seen Smitty just trying to use that as a Trojan horse to get up here, spreading his bussy on
All right,
camera or
all
something
right.
to try to get the screen taken
He's
down.
black. Okay, we're gonna put him on.
All right.
Hold up, I had to turn my light on. I was like, oh, hold up. Can y'all hear me fine?
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, I'm a
Welcome.
black man. And thank you. I listen, I enjoy the conversations. But I just want to say this real quick. Elvis, to the point that Samuel Jackson in The Last Kingsman, he played a black American, he just had a list. He wasn't British. So yeah, I don't think he ever played a British role. But to the point where I think is different is those African movies, they needed black American actors that were established to sell those. The difference here is that they're bringing fresh faces that never had the opportunity to the United States to play these roles. Nobody ever heard of Dandris I forget Dandris Idra and Cynthia, whatever her name is. I can't think of her name.
Damso Idris and Cynthia Erivo.
Yeah, those weren't known actors. They came here because one, they are cheaper because the British their unions for over in England
BAFTA.
BAFTA, they don't secure higher paychecks for them. They don't. So it is a lot cheaper for them to come over here because when you're dealing with American actors, and this does go for the white people too, but when it comes to American actors, our unions over here are a lot stronger. So it's a lot easier to get these people to play characters because they're a lot cheaper and they won't get no pushbacks for certain things. So that is one major aspect. And a lot of the times, these roles, like the Woman King, that was written by two white women. A lot of these roles are written by white people. Even with 12 Years a Slave, it was directed and I think co-written by Steve McQueen, who was a black British man. So you look at it, you see, and I don't really blame the black British actors because yes, they're looking for opportunities. But when they say, "Oh, we're just better actors, we're more classically trained," that's when they get the pushback because they talking shit on us. So that's when we really get the pushback. But it's the studios because they don't want to deal with black American actors because we will fight for our rights in certain situations. Like, do you have the right? Am I being treated fair? Am I getting the right treatment? Stuff like that. So that's the key difference. When black Americans play Africans, which I understand at that time there wasn't a strong African actor present at that time. But when they play them, that's because these roles nobody would see these movies if there were no name actors. But right now they bring them over like Dandris Idra. He came over here, and when he did Formula One, he only got 1 to 2 million when Brad Pitt got 30 million. Where he would have got more money if he was a American actor under a U.S. union.
He's the guy from Snowfall, right? Isn't he the guy from Snowfall, one of those drug dealing shows?
Yeah, he is. which I thought I could tell he wasn't from here because his accent, because he sounded like Denzel Washington when he was acting. I'm like, nobody from the West Coast sounds like Denzel. So that was something
What's
like,
his guy's
yeah,
name? What's his name?
Denzel Idris.
yeah.
That's not the dude who says get your squabble.
No, not him. That he's that's I think that dude's actually from the West Coast.
Okay,
That's
yeah, I'll see.
teach your man's how to squabble. But the main character, the skinny dark skinned dude that play I forgot the main character's name from Snowfall. Franklin, that played Franklin. Yeah, he's British.
But
And when
even Idris Elba from The Wire, right, when he played Stringer Bell, a lot of people love his character. Thought he did a great job, and he had been a popular actor in the UK when he had his TV show Luther, and he did a great job in that show too.
that was after The Wire.
Was it
I
after
don't
The
know.
Wire? I
Yeah,
think it was
yeah.
before. I'm not sure.
No, after. I remember Luther coming out after because I was young when The Wire came out. I was like in single digits, so I always kind of knew he was British. That's why I was shocked when people didn't
Really,
figure that
you
out.
kind of knew he was British watching The Wire.
No, I didn't watch The Wire. That's why I said when I was too young to really watch it. In the
Okay.
early 2000s, I was like single digits.
All right.
So it's like, man, I'm only 31. So that's why I said I seen. That's why I was shocked people didn't know that. But I went back and watched it. I'm like, yeah, because I know people from Baltimore, and I know the accent. He had a generic New York accent, and even when he said water, he said water a lot of times.
Oh, whatever, man. Whatever. That's bullshit. A lot of people got lost into his character. They didn't really hear a
No,
lot of action.
I'm not saying he's not a good actor. I'm not saying that, and people were okay with it because it wasn't as prominent at the time.
Right.
Most Black
Right.
Americans were okay with it, but they just start seeing more and more. And that's why when Samuel Jackson said these things, because Hollywood actors been saying this, and they say like, hey, they just want to use these British actors because one, they say, oh, it gives a bigger international audience, but these British actors aren't really all that known besides their small TV shows in the UK. And I watched
all about the money.
Yeah.
If you start an A-list actor, even Ice Cube, he won $30 million for his next Are We There Yet? Whatever like that. Black actors have become expensive because look, now they want as much as the white actors do, big names and whatnot, Michael B. Jordan, other people like that. So they're like, we need black roles, black faces. So let's look at the UK. We pay millions of dollars for Black American actors. You may get away with paying somebody in the UK $300,000. He's just gonna be just happy,
And also, nobody has a problem with Delroy Lindo because he said it himself. He said, "Without Black America, I wouldn't be in the area that I'm at."
Yeah, Delroy Lindo go all the way back to Crooklyn, right?
Exactly.
He basically is Black American, basically, because he played West Indian Archie and Malcolm X, and stuff like that. He played in When We Must Die. He played Jet Li the One, And so the bottom line is he's been in Black America for a long time, like he's black. He's one of us, But
He said that himself.
back in the days, when you assimilate with us, we're cool with you. Like you had Sidney Poitier wasn't one of us. He was from the islands. Same thing with Harry Belafonte and Calvin Lockhart. They were the islands, but we don't care. But
And he's a highly revered actor, and he wasn't African American.
who's this?
Sidney Poitier.
That's Sidney Poitier. Well, you know something, Elvis? Here's the thing: when you made him an African American, when he first came there, right? He was on this, like most island people are. Oh, I heard about this racism thing, but I'm different because they got privilege on their island. They can walk where they want. After about a month in America, right? He started hanging around black people. He said, I'm safer among these people, right? And then Sidney Poitier said when he was growing up, he couldn't even read and write, To get his first acting job, he had to rely on people, for everything. And who did he rely on? He was in the black community. That was reality back then. Most people came here, whether you from Africa, the islands, whatever like that. You went to Harlem, you went to Baltimore, you went to Detroit, you went to Cleveland, you were around black, you went to Chi-Town. You became But now people want to come here and they want to keep their distinction, like this was so delineate, right? But yet they want the goodies when it comes from Black America. They want the goodies, the roles and stuff like that. Like Cynthia Erivo, you ever see her hanging out with black people? No. But she wants, you know what this lady wants? She wants to play Shaka Khan. Can you believe that shit? She wants to play Shaka Khan.
Yeah, she got the Shaka Khan nose when Shaka Khan was young.
No.
No, she don't. She no.
Go look at Shaka Khan younger picture in that group in that band. He got that same kind of sharp nose.
I don't remember Shaka Khan's eyes ever being sunk in. No offense, but like Cynthia Erivo, way she looks like now, like.
Well, she's not gonna look like that when they put her in the movie. She's gonna get because it might be prosthetic.
Shaka Khan was beautiful. She was stunningly gorgeous when you looked at her. You know, she was actually
she was.
She was beautiful. You know. So and not anybody could play Shaka Khan. If somebody could play Shaka Khan, probably Rihanna. You know.
Do you know that Nia Long is from the islands? And she got Indian, and she got Indian in her. That's why she looked like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, when she's completely assimilated into this.
Oh, Kyla, you just can't play people. Your lineage is by blood. It's not by assimilation.
You got to get it right. Her mother is.
In America are not tribal. We're not tribal. If you come and become part of us and our culture, you become one of us. As simple as that. You know, some people there's a lot of people. I think Albert Shore,
when you say that, I think you're being disingenuous. You can't become a people if it's not your blood. And you said the same thing. No matter how long you live in Liberia, you can never be a Liberian because the blood doesn't run through your veins.
Let me put it like this, right? You naturally become part of the community, but even though, like say Heavy D, like the Old Lovers in the house, whatnot. Heavy D was basically with Uptown Records and stuff like that, right? Heavy D was Jamaican, but you never know it because he did all R&B and hip hop. You know, that's what I'm saying. People come here, and Black American culture is so strong. People can assimilate.
Biggie is Jamaican. Jay-Z is Jamaican.
Biggie was not Jamaican. Biggie was
there's picture of Biggie in Jamaica.
Biggie's Jamaican. Yeah, he's Jamaican. Biggie's Jamaican.
Yeah, he's Jamaican origin, but he was born in Brooklyn.
So my kids who are born in America, they're American now, Kyla?
Nowadays, that was back then. Now it's different. Nowadays, it's different, right? You know why? Because before, people were forced. All black people were forced together at one time. Marcus Garvey, when he came here, he was with the black community. He was with Black America, right? We saw him as one of us, right? Now when people come here, it's different. People are into their own little groups and everything like that. And so therefore, it's not the same thing. That's what I was saying earlier. You know, things have changed. You know, when you look at somebody, you don't automatically assume they're black. You're looking at the nuance. What are you? Black? I'm a black Brit. I'm a black Jamaican. I'm a black Honduras, whatnot. Before, anybody that was black of African descent were just one people. And it was so strong, no matter what you did, you were like a complete fool. If you look black, had nappy hair, when you came to America, you was an American Negro. But now it's different. Now it's a little different. Now, because of social media, people have their own little groups, and people have a pipeline to white America. You can step out and say, well, I'm not that. And people distance themselves from Black America, right? They're saying, I'm not Black American. I'm not Black American. I'm not Black American. Okay. But yet, when it comes down to the roles, right, it's still, people say they're not Black American. They're not Black American. But guess what? When it comes down to it, right, every artist, whatever like that, wants to be in the black music category. They want to be Black American when the BET Awards roll out or the Grammys roll out for R&B, soul. You got to fit into one of these categories. That's what Tyler was having a problem with. She don't want to be labeled as black, or and so she's excommunicated. It's still like that to this day. When you come to
Um,
America, you part of the black culture, whether you're ethnic group, whatever like that. How in the hierarchy, you may not be at the top of the hierarchy, but all black music, that's the way it is. There's no category for friggin' Afro beats or anything like that because it's not big enough. You go with the black music is all lumped together. You know, reggae, hip hop, R&B, all lumped together as one thing. That's what I'm trying to say. So when people back in the days, there was no. I was born in. I'm in Brooklyn, Biggie Smalls. He didn't go up as a Jamaican rapper. He grew up as a boy in Brooklyn. Brooklyn's in the house because his Jamaicanness was irrelevant because he got his culture and everything like that.
So are you saying Africans who are born here are African Americans, Don Tyler, by
No.
by being born here?
African Americans. What I am saying is that some of them Africans who were born here, right? Like I know a couple of people, right? And they here, and those who don't really connect with their home culture, and they've been here for like 2 generations, whatever. Yeah, I would say so. But those who basically first generation and their parents still got ties to their homeland, stuff like that, no, and stuff like that. But if you've been here for 2 generations, whatever like that, and you're going to a black school or HBCU or something like that, you've been listening, for stuff like that, or you take on the arguments of black people. I was arguing with Flex up the other night, and I was just telling him, man, I said, you sound foolish. So, well, I don't do that. I say, yeah, because although you call yourself Black American, right, you're not truly one of us. You're not truly one of us because you basically don't understand the nuances of being Black American. What Mike Obama said, it was like Carla wants to be harass me. I never said that I want the whole black race to be Black Americans. I never said that. I want everybody to have their own identity. But I just want Black American to basically have our own identity, So, Smith, what do you think about what I just said?
I mean, I have a good example. I remember in my high school, I'm from like the Pittsburgh area, so there's actually a lot of Caribbeans in our area, but they actually do kind of say segregated. Like they throw their own parties, they throw everything, but they don't invite like the whole black community. You gotta know somebody to really get in.
When I was coming up, that didn't happen.
Yeah, Pittsburgh a little bit different because it's not like New York, for real, where they're still a minority within a minority, but they're a big enough community where you see them. But it takes me back. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about like nationality, and like a lot of black kids always said, "No, y'all with us. Y'all basically African American or Black American." They said, "No, we're Jamaican." They rejected it straightforward. That was a more shock to the whole class because we didn't get the concept. Because
you know why? You know why that is? Because these kids are coming over here now, and they're not living in majority black communities anymore. They're not before when people came over here. All the magazines they read, the music they listened to, the TV shows they listened to. We had UPN before your time, right?
I remember UPN a little bit.
So now they got their own things with the internet, social media, and stuff like that. They don't have to do that. So they got their own clubs, their own networks, and they got numbers, right? Before when I was coming up, there wasn't that many immigrants here. So they had to come and pick a side, a white side, outside, and white people weren't fucking with them like that,
Yeah. I do agree with that. I think all this topic, especially like with the Black British people coming over, this topic and this tension has always been here. But I always say it's good that we having these conversations because we need to actually talk about these things to make them better. A lot of times.
Yeah, so that's why I said I want to have the conversation. Conversation is good because when it comes down to it, right? What I don't like is this. it seems to me, and I could be wrong, right? It seems to me that white people realize there's this divide, and it's pitting black people against each other. You know, and I thought we was all this black power and all stuff like that. Why do we keep falling for this shit?
I think it comes from, I think it's just us assuming that because we always looked at Africa and the rest of the Caribbean or the rest of the diaspora with rose-colored glasses. So we think that hey, everybody's black and everybody's united when we just wanted to have that look like yes, that's our homeland, where we have to have a realistic outlook on things. Where hey, Africa is very tribal. They go by ethnic group and even what village you are from. We're 400, 500 years separated from that. So we have to really take pride in our own people and understanding where we at and realize.
And a lot of times they're bringing their tribalism with them to these shores, you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's the scary part about it, you know.
I mean, like you said, I remember you mentioned it, but in the UK, that's a problem. And it's still a little bit of a problem because a lot of Jamaicans and Africans don't always get along, for real, for real. So it's like here, I think we're kind of late to the show where we realize that like, hey, not all skin folk is kinfolk, for real, for real. So we're trying to navigate this thing, and I think when Black Americans say, hey, you know what, this is uniquely us, other groups have a problem because we've been the face of blackness in the whole world. And I've been on what's his name's panel, dude from Kenya. I have name disease for some reason. Dude from Kenya, his panel, and hearing those conversations, Kaiser, I've been on his panels a lot of time. Hearing those conversations, it just gives you more clarity and everything because you'll hear people from different parts of Africa argue with each other, and you're like, you know what?
Especially a Dynasty Samir show. Like,
I've been on Dynasty too. I've been on Dynasty too.
Full on tribal war. I'm like, God damn, man. They try bringing that shit over here. I'm like, no.
But it's a problem when we do it because we were basically Switzerland for the for all of Africa. Everybody could call dibs on our stuff.
About our tribe. When remember something, we're the dominant group. So when we talk about tribe, it's a point of not preservation. It's a point of exclusion, as they say it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Excluding people, you know, and I don't want to do that, but you know, at some point in time, we gotta stand on our own. You know, like I said, I think we should be able to decide if we want Cynthia Erivo to play Shaka Khan or whatever, like her play Harry Tubman. I think we should have some say so in that. You know. Well,
we do that by not going to see the movie. When she played Harriet Tubman, nobody went to see that movie. Because one, a white lady wrote that script and put a whole bunch of BS in it. Then two, we heard all that crap she was talking before she got
the movie. I have never, in all the stuff I heard. You mean we joke about the Catcher Freeman thing on Boondocks, right?
Mm-hmm. And they put it in the movie.
There's been no documented evidence of a black slave hunter.
But no, there hasn't. And they named him like something stupid like Big Long or something like that. I'm like, yeah, that a black person didn't write that movie.
And so it was deracialize the barbarity of slavery. See, it wasn't about race. They had a black guy doing it, you know? That's how dangerous it is when you let people tell our story. A white person.
But that's why you get a black British person to play that role, especially a Nigerian one.
And so I'm saying to myself, you know, that's the white guy became the hero, I heard, you know, and the black guy was a slave catcher trying to catch slaves. That's not historically accurate, you know. So I tell people all the time, it's dangerous letting people play these roles and making movies about our history, you know. That's what they want to do. They want to erase our history or minimalize it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's because we're always gonna, like Samuel Jackson said, if you're gonna have me in a role for a movie, I'm gonna change some things about it because I'm a Black American man. So there's gonna be some vernacular cues that I may say and may not say. Once I understand the character, I'll say this is how he would actually probably say it if I'm playing it. If you will let me do this, I can change it to make it more suitable to me, and so it can come off convincing. A lot of That's why I say it's a lot of fresh faces, a lot of unknown names. They come over here because they want to have complete authority in these roles where you don't have no wiggle room. Like
Right.
like I said, this whole conversation, it was Robert Townsend, then it was Key and Peele, and now it's Drewski. These conversations that happen, like, hey, we poke fun at this, and like I said, it would never have been. And there always gonna be black people that talk shit about people, but it was never really directed. We said, hey, what's up with Hollywood? Why is this happening? Then everybody comes up, well, no, you guys are just hating. This is xenophobia and everything. Like, no, Black Americans peak game a lot quicker than a lot of other groups because we right next to the throne of white supremacy. So we see when they're what they're doing. So when we see that, like, hey, there's something up with this. There's others, like they say, oh, they're not they're not classically theaterly trained. I live not too far from Carnegie Mellon University. I'm like 15, 20 minutes away. That is one of the best theater schools in the whole country. It's chock filled with black people. I have family in the theater industry. There's a whole bunch of black Americans in it, especially up in New York. My aunt did costumes up in New York for a lot of theater. There's black people all through it. So when you say, oh, they're not classically theater trained, that's not true. Americans are cross-trained in film and theater. So there's a lot of them. Then I always say this. I said, well, who is your most impactful British, black British actor that came over here that was basically on the track as the Denzel Washington or a Morgan Freeman, a Don Cheadle, any of those guys who's over there because they get those roles and they're good, but do they really? The only one that really elevated as high is Idris Elba.
Yeah.
And Cynthia Erivo, she got a musical movie, but no black people don't really care to see her musical movie. That was for a white audience, for real. And the thing is, we also have Broadway. So, and I understand, like I said, I understand these African roles, but these movies would have not been made if it wasn't because it was Black Americans that did the role. And a lot of these Black Americans put their own money into it as well. Then even with the whole Nelson Mandela, the Invictus movie, Nelson Mandela asked Morgan Freeman to play him. A lot of these roles had asked Black people, had Black Americans to play them because there wasn't anything available. Do I see it now? Because there's a lot of things in Hollywood where people want to try to get the ethnic groups and the race right when they act having these characters play them. So now I'm like, well, do that apply to Black Americans? Like I said, if it was like one or two and everything, we were fine. Let's say with each level, we were fine. But once we start seeing them coming over and over again, especially these specific emotional tied roles like our civil rights heroes or people that fought back during slavery, you start to question things.
Or we talk about slavery and then, you know, what I hate is when people they can only get foreigners to do this when they romanticize slavery. I hate that. You know, if you tell the real history of slavery, and that's why I did like 12 Years a Slave. That was a real raw of what happened during slavery. I like that, right? But I've seen skits, right? They haven't made movies yet, right? But they were like, okay, what did I do next? You know, the white woman is falling for her slave, whatever. I said, you know, these are friggin' foreign black, because African American is not going to disrespect his ancestors like that, you know? At a time when we know, and you know, and I know, right? To look at a white woman, what would happen to you?
So you're going to be swinging from a tree.
Just by
Exactly.
looking. That's a fear the white man in America. You so much as look in their direction, you could die. You know? So when people basically, and what they want to do is this. In many ways, you could justify slavery. You can say it's bad and everything like that. But you cannot justify the real dehumanization of black people, sexual dehumanizing of black men and black women and stuff like that. You cannot justify that. You know, and so therefore they're trying to slowly but surely erase that from the history books, but not mentioning that. You know how black men were castrated for no reason.
Hmm. Oh, it's all in the founding fathers. I mean, white people always had the thing with black men's penises. It's still you still see it today.
Yeah,
It's some
what's
it's
that
some
girl?
weird fetish they got.
That girl Kylie that be on TikTok talking about white men are obsessed with the black man's sexual organs. You know, and the bottom line back then, white men they were fascinated by the black man's penis and the danger and the power possessed. You know, and so that's what, and that's why when he saw the black man, he said, "Look, the only thing I can see is him in chains." Because the black man and people really want to get down to it. Why slavery happened and last so long? Because most white men believe that the black man always got to live in chains, or he's a threat to our women, our genetic pool, and stuff like that. You know,
Uh, uh,
that part of history is erased. Nobody talks about that. Nobody talks like that. Even in 12 Years a Slave, the what you call it, the owner Epps, he never once in the movie called himself a white man.
I mean, if you look back when the first it was indentured servitude wasn't quite chattel slavery when the first slaves came over here,
Like,
but after that happened, you've seen a lot of white women start mixing with black men, and
yeah, yeah.
white people didn't like that.
First racial mixture, like my family, right, came from white people and black people marrying together up until like the 1700s, the late 1700s, when the Bacon Rebellion happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Then that's when it all stopped. So it is what it is. So my point I'm trying to make is, is that the real nuance and the danger of slavery is subtly being erased. Now, which we call, I'm waiting for the day when they make a slave movie and they got some British actor tap dancing and break dancing and getting down and whatnot with the slave owners and whatnot. And people say, oh, wasn't that bad? And their children went out on the plantation. They would love to do that. Why? Because there's a sick appetite of white people to to get rid of this burden of guilt that they have about slavery.
Well, did you hear they're doing a Josephine Baker movie and they have this British pop star. I think her name is S.J. Twiggs. She's playing Josephine Baker. So
No,
like
already did a Josephine Baker with what's the name? Lynn Whitfield.
I didn't see that one.
Before you were born. It came out in 92.
Yeah, that's before I was born. So
92.
yeah. I mean,
Another Josephine Baker.
yeah.
Actors. Oh man, Anyway, let me get Frenchie on. Frenchie, my sister, what's going on?
I don't know how the conversation started, so I don't know who's come up on the panel already, but
I got
I thought,
Schmitty up here. We're just
sorry?
basically talking about the state of films in the world right now, And my point I'm trying to make with this is, and I don't blame the British actors, whatever like that. I know that there's white people out there who want to change the story a little bit, take certain things out, change the story, and I believe they're using the black British actors to do that. So that's what I believe. Now, I don't believe that, and I don't think like a lot of British actors probably don't know the importance of certain things that you don't take out in our history and our ways or whatever like that, and why it's not important to mention. Because if you talk to us, we're gonna say it's absolutely important. Like when you read this passage, if you do a movie about George Washington Carver, right? And I think there was a movie made about him. You heard about him, Frenchie?
Who, sorry?
George Washington Carver.
No.
Okay, he was a famous African American inventor. He made hundreds of products from the peanut, the plant, whatever like that. But one of the things that is left out of history was his master before he freed him. He was a house slave, and his master had him castrated.
Yep.
That's left out of history books, because it's cruel. Because they want to make, because they always portray as his master was a good man, sent them off to college and stuff like that. If he was a good man, why did he castrate him?
Because his master had white daughters, and he didn't want him around his white daughters.
That's the ugly side of American history that they don't want out there. You understand? And a lot of times they know that Black American actors, we know that. We study and we'll say, no, that needs to be put in a movie. That needs to be put in a movie. Now, they're going to go with people who don't really understand or care that's what, because that's important. We're telling the story of this man. So go ahead, Frenchie.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask what the issue was with Black Brits in general. What was the issue with them? Because I heard a lot of back and forth about how they shouldn't be playing your roles, etc.
No.
And I just hope if that's the case.
What I'm saying is they can play the roles. I love Chiwetel Ejiofor, 12 Years a Slave, David the Yellow Wolf. Good. Played Martin Luther King. Love them. Good actors, right? My problem is, right, when it goes too far. Like these, like we were talking about this. What's his name? The guy's name? Idris, whatever his name is, brother.
Dandris Idris.
When you're somebody that has no connection to Black America, it's almost like this. Look, I have no problem if he's going to play a role that really shows who we are and stuff like that. You're doing credit. What I don't like is when foreigners come and they play a role of a gangster or criminal and stuff like that, right? And basically get their money. Oh, that's not me. That's the Black Americans. I live in Manchester, England.
Who said that? Who made that statement?
I'm saying it comes across as that. With that thick British accent and stuff like that. And the lifestyle and the people he's around. Not all white people and whatnot, But yet come to America and play the role of a drug dealer.
So I would say
them playing the roles of drug dealers. We've got drug dealers all over the country in England.
Well,
I don't understand. Are you saying
those
that
drug dealers,
being a drug dealer is associated with being Black American? Is that what you're saying, Kala?
yeah.
I don't.
Oh, really?
I don't know about that.
Hold on.
That's interesting.
Unfortunately, first of all, when we talk about, like, even though there's way more drug dealers from Nigeria than 419s and whatnot, there's busted a pastor in Thailand, a Nigerian pastor with like 20 bricks of cocaine in Thailand, But
I have a funny story about that.
Huh?
I have a funny story about I've been to China and they when I was trying to enter the country, they thought I had a fake US passport and I was trying to sneak in drugs because they thought I was Nigerian. So yeah, there's some just that.
So my point I'm trying to make is, Black America, right? Although we know that's not true, right? The face of Black American culture is that, right? And like I said, the rap videos, stuff like that, that's one thing, right? But what was the point of making a TV show? I would like to know who decided to make a TV show like Snowfall. I remember that.
So I know it was basically John Singletary helped put it together, but it was actually I never watched the full series, but it actually was pretty good because it basically heavily involved the CIA. So Franklin was the main character, but it was also the CIA agent was also the main character because it basically explained now the United States basically set this all up. So,
Yeah.
but my thing is with it is that we're starting to see an overwhelming force of Black British actors get these chances quicker than Black American actors in the United States. So it's like they're starting to come through in these Black American actors who are just as skilled and just as good aren't getting the same chances, and a lot of times because, like I said earlier, because they're cheaper, because the unions are different, in the film industry in UK, they don't pay as much in the as much as the United States. So our bottom is a lot more higher than your bottom over there in the UK, Frenchie. So basically, they will use that, and since a lot of Black British actors, uh, and I've been told this, that they watch so much American entertainment, especially Black American entertainment, they copy a lot of the language, and even then, they still gotta get some coaching because Dangerous Eva had to go with Dub C to learn the accent, and the accent still wasn't convincing to me for being somebody from the West Coast. But they'll invest in bringing these people along a lot quicker, these new faces, than new Black American actors, because and that's what a lot of people are saying. Like, well, you want to have a fresh face. There's plenty of Black American actors that can fulfill this role and that can pull something from that because they might know a situation like that, or things like that. And it is different from because I've been to France. I was just walking around. I seen the black drug dealers in France serving the white base heads, basically, or whatever drug they were giving them. So yes, I see the correlation. Yes, the whole world got drug dealers of all colors. But when you talking about Snowfall, that instance, like the crack epidemic, that hit the Black American community on a whole nother level. And that show, it was a really pretty good produced show. But you're saying that, like, hey, the studio will hide his accent and not let you know that he's British because they do know that will turn a lot of people off. They'll hide it until the series is almost over. So then he start doing interview after interview and everything. So we see that and we start to pick that up because Idris Elba said that he had to hide his accent when he was trying out for The Wire. So a lot of times they do that. Now they also do it for white people, but the difference is America will give white American actors more shots, and there's a lot more white American films being made. So where black films aren't being as greenlit as possible, and when they are, is going to be usually a white producer or a white led studio that will do this. Okay, we like this. We don't want to pay these black American actors this money. We can bring somebody over from the UK because they don't have a higher charge. And I said this example earlier. Dangerous Eva, the British guy, he played another black American in the movie F1, where Brad Pitt got $30 million and Dangerous only got 1 to 2, where he should have got at least like probably 10 million or something like that, because that's a high blockbuster film. But he doesn't demand that much money, unlike American paid actors. So it's not the black British people's fault, because yes, I understand the black industry. Even I watch a lot of black TV shows. I watched like The Youngins, The Misfits. I was watching a lot of those shows. I found like, wow, these series are really good. But from what I heard, they don't get the same opportunities over there and everything. And meanwhile, there's a bigger black audience, so they can sell it here over the UK. Because I believe it or not, it's only like 1 to 2 million of y'all over there, 3 million at the max. Am I right, Frenchie?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they come over here because they want opportunity, and I understand that. But once we start seeing these things, like, okay, there's I know some people that are classically theater trained and trained for film as well. So why aren't you using these actors over here? One, because we demand equal treatment for certain things. We demand, like, you have a black hairdresser. We demand a lot of things to make sure everything is copacetic. But a lot of black British actors, they come over here, they're just so hungry for a shot that that they will do. I ain't gonna say anything, but they'll do what they need to do and keep their mouth shut. So that's the problem, that there's a lot of them coming over here. Now, if you ever hear the trash talk, that's when the Black British people say, "Well, it's the studio. They always pick the best people for the job." I'm like, no, bless you. If that was a sneeze, but they say, "Oh, they always pick the best person for a job." No, there's a lot of politics in Hollywood. Because I was listening to this one actor say at one point Hollywood wasn't using any actors; they were just using the rappers because they were popular, and a lot of actors were mad about that.
They was using they basically said, when the black actors start getting more money, when they start bringing these rappers in,
Yeah, and that was a problem too. So that opened the gateway. So it's not necessarily the Black British actors' fault, but when they start talking shit, Black Americans, one thing, we ain't gonna take nothing lying down. We just gonna start talking shit back. So
Yeah,
that's the
what's
thing.
going on now where people are saying, stupidly saying, "Oh, why don't y'all go to classical schools like we do, and y'all need to become better actors?" Now I give them their due, man. They're good Black British actors, but come on, look at it. You got Samuel Jackson, you got Morgan Freeman. What the hell else? Denzel, the
Michael
best
B.
actors,
Jordan.
Then I'm saying,
What?
so, what the hell are you talking about?
Like there's whole Broadway. There's Broadway plays with classically trained Black actors and actresses. So it is here. America may not have as old as a theater program as UK, but it's probably just as strong because there's Broadway, the strongest theater probably in the world, where people will come and see these plays and everything. Like that's why I said it earlier. I have family that works in the theater and performing arts industry. And I live near one of the bigger ones in the country for performing arts. Like there's a lot of Black people that are in drama and theater, so it does exist, and they're cross trained with stage acting and theater acting.
Hey, Smitty, let me ask you a question. What do
Yeah,
you think about this new Odyssey movie coming out?
Odyssey. They had I think it's by Christopher Nolan. I know they have Travis Scott in there, which I was shocked about.
What I'm
Um,
saying is they having a transgender playing Achilles, which was played by
oh yeah, I did hear that. Yeah, I did hear that.
and then they got Lupita playing Helena Troy. Why? Oh, why?
So the funny thing, you heard of Nimnon Warrior, the Nimnon Warrior and everything.
No.
He's the one that fought Achilles and lost. So the thing with that, there were Black people at the Battle of Troy.
Yeah, but I
It
know,
was
but Helena Troy has history in what she's a white woman.
it's
What?
Hollywood.
No, that's history.
No, I'm saying it's Hollywood that's changing these roles.
So
So
why
they're
are
going.
they doing that?
Yeah.
Why are they doing that? Just like I said, look, why don't we create characters in Black history that Lupita could play? Like the queen of northern Nigeria, Zaria Kingdom.
Yeah.
That was a warrior queen. Why can't Lupita play Queen of Zenga?
I mean, technically in Clash of the Titans, the princess that was African Kingdom. So I guess they just feel it's all about diversity now and everything.
That's why I said
So
I just think I can't do it because the bottom line is this. Now, if there was diversity, right? Let's be honest with ourselves, right? Somebody said they were going to make Brad Pitt the Black Panther. Oh, man, Black people had a fit. Just joking around. No, Ryan Gosling as T'Challa, right? Black people lost their shit. A white man
it,
playing Black Panther and stuff like that, but
they did that in the comic book. So they basically modeled a comic book character as Black Panther. It's like an alternate universe where T'Challa lost his throne in a white born Wakandan or something, got it some way, and everything. So they it was like clickbaity when they did that.
the thing is, the reaction of Black people, they went like insane.
Yeah, they could never sell it. They can never sell it. Like if Dangerous Eva, if he played Black Panther, I wouldn't have a problem because that's a made up character and everything, and that that's something that nobody really holds a right to. A white man created that character. So whoever, if they get I don't think it really matters where he's from, for real, in my opinion. And I think I could see him playing that role if because I can imagine he could probably still do a good African accent if they ever bring back the male Black Panther. But it's Hollywood and everything, and historically they're going to change things around to fit what they need and what's happening in modern day, what they feel should be right. So I think if you want to add, you can all. I think if they told stories true from the beginning, like having Black Egyptians, because the only one that really did it right was Prince of Egypt, and shit, Michael Jackson remembered the time when they describe Egyptians. But if they did that correctly, you wouldn't get this backlash that you had today. I think this is Hollywood scrambling and just putting a lot of people in there. Like Lupita, she's a great actress and everything. She's good, but I do understand Helena Troy is a white woman basically. But I think they just want to. It's all about diversity.
Not that right. It's not fair to Lupita because the comments. Go online, look at that. There are nasty comments coming from these white men. I hope that they bring in these Black women who swirl like white men could understand this, and see this. One guy said, Helena Troy is supposed to be, she was so beautiful, men ran to her, armies ran to her. They say, if that was Helena Troy, they'd be running in the opposite direction. That's really mean to say, about Lupita, and I'm saying to myself, why would Lupita put herself in that situation? To be talked to like that, I don't get it.
I think the paycheck. Well, you gonna call me ugly? You gonna call me this and that? And I'm getting paid millions of dollars. That's why.
Yeah. So, is she getting paid that much?
She's an Oscar award winning actress, so I imagine and she got her Oscar for playing a Black American slave too, which is ironic.
They said most Black actors, when they get an Oscar, they tend to lose. Like Lou Gossett, he got an Oscar for Officer of Gentleman, and he, we talked to Lou Gossett on a Blog Talk Radio, and he told us he's never made $1 million a film.
Interesting. I'm trying to think what would be a good example. I mean, I think nowadays it'll be different because Denzel, he got his late in life, and he ain't gonna lose no money. Michael B. Jordan ain't gonna lose no money. Who else? Daniel Kaluuya, he got his Oscar playing another Black American, Fred Hampton. Actually, it's been a minute since he's been in a movie though. Maybe he's back in the UK doing stuff, but I think the times has kind of changed a little bit, but it depends on the movie because like I think it just depends on how big of a superstar like that you are. I think it's better to actually establish yourself as a box office earner and draw than just win the Oscar outright, in my opinion, early in your career. Because I think that happened to Monique. And there's other issues with that, but she won that Oscar and really hasn't been in a movie or anything like that. So it depends.
Wish she went Oscar. Was it Precious?
Yeah, Precious. Which
and how do you that was the most ghettoest ass role I ever seen in my life. When
yeah. You want to say something, Frenchie?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to ask Carlo a question. Should Africans have been offended when Morgan Freeman played Mandela? And should we be offended now with the fact that Michael B. Jordan wants to play Mansa Musa? Not even wants to play, is playing Mansa Musa. Should we be offended by that? And that's just to name a few.
Okay, my thing is, Frenchie, my sister, is this. Morgan Freeman playing Mandela. Right, like I said, I think we're gonna learn anything new about Mandela. No, right now, Forrest Whitaker playing Mandela, that was atrocious, right? Now, listen. This is what I'm saying. Listen to this carefully. Idi Amin's son is out. Look it up, right? His son is out defending his father. His son looks just like him, real intelligent. Dude. He's real intelligent. And he was breaking it down. So his father did this, he did this. He's not what they portray him in history. He broke it down, right? No one really knows the Idi Amin story. I watched movies about him, documentaries about his mother being a sorceress. Yeah, he come from the the Kakwa tribe, whatever like that. They hated the Langleys and the Choli tribes. And all the intricacies that go along with the tribal society, Ugandan society, everything like that, that has to be explored in depth, right? Now, if you're going to go into a depth and you're trying to understand why Idi Amin did this, why he was that, what the problems he had with the Indians and stuff like that, why he do what he do, right? You're going to need somebody from that culture playing that role. You know, whether it's Mandela, Sidney Poitier played Mandela, called Mandela and the Clerk, and Michael Caine played the Clerk, and Sidney Poitier played Nelson Mandela. And so Sidney Poitier knocked out the park Mandela, but that was a different time period. The story was about the transition process of the end of apartheid to democratic rule. That's quick work. Now, Morgan Freeman's Nelson Mandela, I did not see that movie yet. I can't give you an assessment of that.
He was good in it, and Nelson Mandela asked him to play that role. So I'll say this, but I also want to say the difference is all the actors that usually play African major characters or historic characters or figures are well documented Black American actors that have some leverage and everything. Usually they put money in that film.
To get the best.
So usually they put money in that film or they highly involved in that film. And usually if they're like, I remember Michael B. Jordan, he was making a rum called Juve, in the Trinidadian community pushed back and said, no, you can't do that. If there is pushback, because Beyonce was supposed to play that one lady that was on tour because she had a big behind, and the South African community pushed back and said, we don't want you to. So we will respect other people's wishes when it comes to that. So, and I want to say the difference is when they get these characters to play Black American figures or people based off of Black American figures, they're not known actors. I'm saying they're not known actors. They're fresh-faced actors that are probably known from TV shows or stage performance in the UK, but they're cheaper. That's the biggest difference.
And that's scary. Anybody, there's going to be a movie probably made about controversial. We could debate Frederick Douglass. Some of us don't like him like me. Some of us do like him, right? So therefore, if somebody says, we want to create Frederick Douglass, you just basically, if the person is not going to know the history, they understand, well, what was the problem Black people had with Frederick Douglass? They know A, B, C, D, blah, 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 right? That's common talking points, right? And that white person who you know is the white chick can basically change and add a whole new Frederick Douglass, which no one agrees with. And what they do is they get a British actor to act it out, like the Woman King. You know, that was atrocious. You know.
Yeah, a lot of Black Americans didn't want to see that movie because of the history of Dahomey. So that wasn't even really a widely accepted film.
In a subtle way, they romanticized it.
That was written by two white women as well.
Yeah, they romanticized it. And that was a problem I had. I had a problem with that. And I had a problem with Cynthia Erivo playing Harriet Tubman. Because, look, I've studied history, Frenchie, slavery in America for years, right? There has never been any documented case of a Black man who hunted other Black people. As a matter of fact, there was very few Black men who weren't slaves that were armed for whatever reason. That's historically inaccurate right there. Black men were not allowed to carry arms under no circumstances. And then basically this guy's hunting slaves. If you understood anything about America, right? How America was, if any Black man got any opportunity to escape they would do it. They would say, forget whatever. You can't say, okay, you know something? This is America. You can go out there and hunt this person down, come back here, blah, blah, blah. I got some money. That doesn't work like that. You can go out there, hunt somebody down, and you come back, and next thing you know, tomorrow you're on an auction block. Every black man knows that nothing was guaranteed. So if he had any chance to escape, they did. And that's how a lot of them escaped. The white people were stupid enough to entrust in them the rights of passage, how to board boats and everything like that, and stuff like that. And they'll slip past slave lines. The bottom line is the act that people are going to say that there was a black man hunting black people down to bring them back, right? And there was a white man who stopped them. That's insane. That's historically inaccurate. But you have Cynthia Erivo play her out. That's why nobody went to go see that movie. It was a flop. We're not stupid,
And like we said, it's not the black British actors. Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Frenchie. My fault.
No, I'm just saying that for me, it just sounds like a double standard. It's okay when it's you guys, but when it's other people, it's a major issue.
No.
Historical context
It's only,
should take
Frenchie,
into
it's only
account, but
because
other people's shouldn't be. Like, I think it's ridiculous. I really do.
Frenchie, let me point to you like this, listen. It ain't about you playing our roles. There's nothing to do with that, right? It's an alternative motive behind the people who are doing that.
Yes, exactly.
Has nothing to do with who like this. Because we would basically, if some black person in America plays a sellout role, he's done with us. They know it, He's done with us. He's plays a sellout role. He's done. Somebody could say the wrong thing in the movie or omit something and whatnot, and you think it'll go away? No, people keep talking about it. Why'd you say this in the movie? Why'd you leave that out? Why'd you do this or not? What was your message in this, right? Just like that movie Harriet, right? Cynthia Erivo, black British actor, right? No black American person is gonna do a movie where they blatantly lie and make it seem like the main antagonist was another black person.
But I have a question for Frenchie. So, do you think it's right that Hollywood bring black British actors over because they cost less and they don't have to pay black American actors the higher wages? Do you think that's right that they do that?
Based off of what you're saying, no, and explaining, no, I don't. But I don't know enough about that. I'm not a casting director. I don't know who specifically applied for each role, who performed better, and why they were chosen. All this is just mere speculation and opinion. It's not rooted in any actual fact.
Let's go to ChatGPT. Let's go to ChatGPT. Okay,
Go to what? Sorry.
ChatGPT. Let's see.
GPT color GPT.
How much? Look, how much does Samuel Jackson? L. Jackson.
But I will say Samuel Jackson did say this, allude to it. And if you actually look at the payment that unions for the black British actors, they don't secure the their floor is a lot lower than the black American floor. So them getting paid a certain amount of money or getting exposure, they will sacrifice that. That has been spoken on before.
They said Samuel Jackson generally earns between $10 to $20 million per film. He says his net worth is $250 million or more. Now my point I'm trying to make is none of these black British actors make anything near that. They don't lead blockbuster movies. And it's all commercial,
The closest one is probably Idris Elba.
So just because they don't lead blockbuster movies, does that mean that they shouldn't be given the opportunity to?
Not at the expense when you're trying to undercut the native market of actors here.
So I'm like this. Look,
I need to see, because all I'm hearing is just It's
Well, firstly, this is my
listen,
point. My point I'm trying to make is this:
I need to know who
I
he
have no problem with people coming and playing these roles. Like I said, Troy.
because
It-
Carla, let's be real here. You said a few shows before. You said that at the moment where you see things standing, you thought that the Black British actors were doing a better job at the moment.
I will say like this. Let me say this: my favorite actors are Black British actors, right? Because I look at how much they cost compared to. Let me give you a perfect example. I'm talking about. I like Denzel, but I don't like Denzel. Right? I like Samuel Jackson, but I don't like Samuel Jackson. You know what I'm saying? When I hear the Black British actor, right, they get so into the character, right? I forget about them personally and focus on the character they're trying to portray. For example, when I see Samuel Jackson, no matter what, he's still Samuel Jackson, no matter what role he plays. Nick Fury, whatever like that, he's Samuel Jackson. Same thing with Denzel, whether it was Flight or American Gangster, he's Denzel Washington, no matter what, you know. British actors are different, you know. They get into these roles, stuff like that, because you don't really know them, and they're more enjoyable to watch. To me, you know.
Um, I'll disagree with that. I think Jeffrey Wright. You remember Cadillac Records, the person that played Muddy Waters? Jeffrey Wright. He is an incredible actor. He's a character actor. He
Oh yeah,
is a
Coco's really good. Yeah, but the bottom line is he's not as popular.
yes, but the thing with
And you know
Hollywood.
who else is good? That
Go
dude
ahead.
that played in the ones that were in that movie. What's the movie? Get Out. Remember that? Not Daniel Kaluuya. The other one.
Oh, Lakeith Steinfeld. Lakeith
Yeah,
Steinfeld.
that dude.
Yeah,
I want to see more of him. What the fuck happened, man?
he
Where's he at?
because he's there, but they don't get those roles because they still cost more. So there's low level and mid level Black American actors that are truly character actors,
Right.
but you have to pay them money.
Jonathan Major. That is a fucking killer actor, man. Killer actor. You don't know what to expect with him, right? That movie, Creed 3, I was like, damn. When he played Kang, I saw the Creed 3, I was like, damn, this is my guy right
But
here. You know?
but Frenchie, you also got to understand Hollywood always have a alternative motives. There's always politics, and there's always a reason why they do things. If they can figure out how to save money or not deal with a issue,
And that, check this
they will
out.
do it.
That Lakeith Stanfield, you listen to some of the stuff he writes.
That's an insult. That's an insult to Black Brits because at the end of the day, a lot of British actors, not even just the Black Brits, right? They come from very, very strong theatre backgrounds.
So
but
they
And
do
the
in
way they're
America.
trained, okay,
that
but the
Lakeith
way that they are
Stanfield,
trained, this is easily accessible on Google. We can Google this. Our theatres aren't a
but
joke.
let me say
And
something. G.
our
That guy,
actors are,
Lakeith Stanfield, I
no,
listened
but our
to him
actors are,
in an interview, right? It was right when that dude is so brilliant. He knows all the thing. He goes, he said that really shocked me. He says, let me tell you something. I'm in the acting thing. He goes, but nobody in Hollywood really portrays Black people in America the way we're supposed to be portrayed. It's all stereotypes, everything like that. And I said to myself, this guy could, if he kept his mouth shut, he could just easily play a role. He said, look, man, he goes, we have so much more depth that is not being explored. That's what he said.
I
That's what
agree.
so I'm saying the right now, Black America is at a point where we want our story out there. We want our stories out there. And the bottom line, it's not about the hating on our brothers and sisters from the British. But when people simplify us, like, okay, that's all we are is our street culture and everything like that. Okay, if that's all we are, right? Let some lowly actors in Black America play it, right? Don't send one of your people from the UK to play that role, right? Swim in the mud. That's when people say swim in the mud. And then go back to your classical, like, oh yeah, we're method acting, whatever like that, That's what everybody's saying, So we basically are saying we if you want to play us, play a top quality. Now with these same studios, give a dignified role. I don't know when the next dignified Black American role is coming out. Somebody
Mhm.
said something earlier tonight. You
They're doing a
know,
Miles Davis movie with they already did one with Don Cheadle, but they're doing one with Dangerous Eva now. So yeah, there's
so
another
then
one
he
they're
was
doing.
playing Miles Davis. Does he understand Miles Davis? Because if you listen to Miles Davis said, "I'm not an entertainer." You
Yeah,
know,
listen, I'm not disputing that. I think if you guys want your roles to be played by your own people, I think that's fair enough. I'm not going to argue that point. I was only coming up here to argue specific points that I heard as I came in particular about Black Brits. That's why I joined the panel. But in terms of you guys
Richie,
wanting,
it's nothing against Black Brits. We're saying
and I hear that, I hear
elevate.
that. I was just merely trying to address certain points that I heard before, that's all. But absolutely, your
But what do
historical
you think
figures
about what
should
we
be
said?
played by your own people. That I think that's pretty fair enough. I don't think that's too much to
What
ask
do you think
for.
about what we said? Is that we didn't like the Forrest Whitaker play Idi Amin because it didn't look
Sorry?
like put together right. You know, and
Say that
also,
again, sorry.
also let me tell you something, Richie. He wasn't on when I was talking about this earlier. I think a lot of times Black people who play African roles is very disrespectful.
I don't even want to get into
It's disrespectful. You know
don't
why?
want to get into that bit.
Because I do look. I don't know what it's like, right? As a Black man, an African man on Africa, right? Who does not have the relationship we have with white people, which is based on the most brutal history in human history, transatlantic slave trade, and the dehumanization and subjugation of a race of people by another race of people in America, right? That's what Black Americans bear with them all the time. We never forget it, right? So therefore, since that's my history, right? I'm best suited playing those sort of roles, right? Now, if I go to Africa, right? Africans have a different history of white people, right? It's more celebratory, you know. It's more on a basis of okay, you colonize us, but you know, we're British citizens, we're French citizens, we're all stuff like that. And I'm saying to myself, even when I go overseas, right, and I'm seeing like Africans and Europeans talking together like they're family in the airport, stuff like that, talk about yeah, I'm coming to your village, and I feel some sort of way, right? Now, if I want to play a role, then can I get rid of my African Americanness, which is rooted in anger, bitterness, and trauma, to play a role suited for a Black UK person? I can't do it. So why would people think that they could basically play a role that only somebody who experienced that trauma in American descent? Because even though I didn't experience that trauma, I carry that trauma from my ancestors. You know, there's not a day I don't think about friggin' Nat Turner. There's a day I don't think about lynchings. There's not a day I don't think about what goes on and stuff like that. And that's what I basically have to bear with me when I'm looking at a lot of people I talk to. Like I was talking to Flex up the other day on the chat. You're gonna come back to the chat, friendly, Reggie. He don't think it's important the stuff I be saying, right? I said, look, I think it's important because
Who?
Flex up, Afro Spear. Anyway,
I don't know who that is.
but I told him that look, Tamir Rice was an 11-year-old boy. Had somebody came to him and said, you can't, son, you can't be out here with that gun because he has some size to him, he looked like a man, even though he's 11 kid. The cop gets out of the car and blows him away. Hold a toy gun. That is the reality of being Black America. We have to teach our kids to be safe out here. Whereas somebody from overseas, and the way why I did this show tonight, because these guys were acting all dismissive of my warnings. I said, look, I see in America talk of genocide, extermination, final solution. They really think, these white people really think that they can just kill it, they can kill us, and that if they did kill us all their problems be solved. That's reality. Now, can they do that? Who knows? But the bottom line is this, though. When you want to be psychologically prepared if something like that pops off, right? So when somebody tells me, I notice that, oh, you're just overbearing. I notice that it's always Black immigrants who say that, right? Everybody's African American, even though they're like, yeah, but in the back of their mind, they thinking that's a real possibility. That's a real possibility. There's a real possibility that we could be under martial law. There's a real possibility something bad can happen to us in this country based on our history here. So like I said, there's things that Africans do I don't know anything about, right? As much as I go to Liberia, Prechie, you think if I got a role in Liberia, when I could play that role? No. Because I don't understand it. Much as I know about the country, I don't understand the nuances and everything like that goes along with that culture.
You wrote a whole novel on that country. I think you could. And your ancestors are from Liberia, so...
You know why I say that? Because every time I go there, I'm constantly learning something new.
To be fair, Frenchie, I would say I know our ancestors from Nigeria and Central Africa and everything, but we're not those people no more. Yes, we understand that we're from there, but after like 400, 500 years, you're a whole new group of people. Like we don't, like we're African genetically
African,
and descendants.
We're African descendants. Africans.
Yeah, but we're not those people. Even though we carried some of the traditions and some of the things over, but they just become Americanized. Yeah, they can become Americanized.
We have African retention. We retain a lot of stuff.
Because our environment, your environment shapes your culture. So our culture changed to where we're at. Same thing with somebody from the Caribbean. They're African descendants, but they're not necessarily Africans in the sense that they were, because their environment and what they were dealing with changed their culture and how they interact with each other and how they deal with problems. The thing about human culture has to be adaptable to whatever position or situation you're in, whatever environment that you are in. So once you become there, that you'll see oh yeah, this looks similar and everything, but it'll still be a lot different because you're not those same people. Like I said, we're not just one tribe of Africans. We're about 20 of them or 30 of them mixed into one person. And so we get attributes from all those other cultures, or maybe lost some of those attributes from all those other cultures, but put into one in a hectic situation. So yeah, we're not those people. And with the whole British thing, I understand. Yes, Black British actors are classically trained and everything. I'm not doubting that. I know, like there is like the schools there have been doing this for hundreds of years and everything, like that. But I just always say like it's the same thing over here as well. And I think Black Americans see that. That's one thing we're seeing. It's like, okay, this happening. And I'm not just going to say for historical roles. It's just small roles where you see a studio is really putting money behind this project. That's what I'm saying. Like, well, couldn't that have gone to a Black American? Couldn't that have gone to Black American? We just see it happening so much. It's like, hey, what problem? And there is a power dynamic. I'm not going to lie. Black Americans have a stronger voice than other people in the world as well. But one thing I can always say, if Africans, because even with these studios making these movies, they're not even filmed for an African audience. They're filmed for American audience. So the African studio wouldn't make that. Black Americans probably wouldn't see, because Americans don't watch foreign films or films that aren't really suit for them. So that's why that they do it. And I do agree there should. Hopefully he does does do a instance like where he has more African actors. I know you brought up on Michael B. Jordan before, but he's doing it for an American audience, and I'll say maybe even more selfish reasons because a lot of Black Americans hook onto the story of Masa Musa. So, but I would say comparing Black Americans playing African role to British. I even went to Google Gemini and found a list. It's a lot more common for Black British actors to play Black Americans than it is for Black Americans to play Africans. It happens like maybe at the max three to four times a decade when those movies come out. It probably happened a lot more in the 90s, but lately that's been slowing down because Africa has their own film industry and everything. And also there is other actors from the diaspora playing these films. Like there's a whole series in Brazil about the Yoruba Kingdom that they're doing down there in Brazil. So you don't need just Black Americans to do this and to do these things. I think a lot of African people should be precious about should care about it. Same thing with the Bob Marley movie. When it was an Ethiopian Black British actor, the Jamaicans were pissed. They're like, "How can we get a Jamaican to play Bob Marley?" So it's not really just us, but I think because we have more say power over it and everything, that's why it happens, and it's going to be for American audience. And since America is the entertainment capital of the world, that's why it gets spread out that way. But studios, when they make these movies, they have an international branch and a domestic branch, and it's usually the domestic branch that are making these movies for American audiences. So yeah, I can see why people complain, but I would say it's not exactly equal because it doesn't happen as often. And like I said, it's always going to be bigger American actors doing these things. You're not going to get a no-name American playing Mansa Musa. It's going to be somebody with a big name behind it.
Yeah, and listen, Carla knows me. Sometimes I like to come up on the panel and just spice things up a little bit. But ultimately, I don't, for the most part, most of what you said, I don't disagree with. I do think you guys should play your own roles, especially if they're rooted in deep trauma and history. Absolutely. And I don't think it would be fair for anyone to dispute that. But for me, Michael B. Jordan playing Mansa Musa, I look forward to it. I'd definitely be watching it. And I think he's a great actor, one of the best of his generation. And I will not be in an uproar for him being granted that role at all. But damn, I forgot what I was going to say now. I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, I do feel like, though, all jokes aside, that Black Brits, we're like your little brothers and sisters, and you guys do take the piss out of us a lot. I do feel like Black Americans do kind of take it, and it's kind of like in a banter way, but as of late I've noticed like I don't really think you guys like us like that, and I just like to know why that is.
Frenchie, let me ask you a question. Well, seriously, right?
Mhm,
Okay, you
mhm.
say that, okay, and like I said, I can be mindful of that. But why is it that the British, the Black British, right? They got issues among
Mhm.
themselves. You got the Caribbeans and Africans and whatnot. Why are they always uh, um, talking shit about Black America online? Why is that?
Can you give me an example of what you
Well,
mean?
I'll play some videos, okay?
Oh
They,
Lord.
you know what I'm saying? Black Brits versus.
I mean, my opinion, I think it's like you said, we're your big brother. I think it's a little brother talking shit to Black Americans, and we just firing
All right,
back
hey, Frenchie,
a
all
lot
right,
of times.
I'm gonna play some. I'm gonna play some.
Ignorance of
Black
Brits. I completely. I just have a video of a black lady from the US talking about how be wary of. Shout out to the sister Love Jones on that video, and basically what she was talking about in the video is the willful ignorance of some black Brits or just Caribbean / African people that live in Britain, whatever you want to call them, that seem to not understand integration on the Black perspective, especially with those coming from America, and just, people that have dealt with stuff such as, Ruby Bridges, as she said in her video. Please check her video out. And it's very much true. I know this from firsthand experience. I dealt with a girl that was from Birmingham, England, and she was mixed. Her mother was Jamaican, her father was a white man from Wales, East Wales. And she would always tell me, basically, that her father's family was never accepting of her like that. Like, they didn't really fuck with her like that at all because of her mixed lineage, and her mother being, of course, a very beautiful Black woman, very beautiful, stunning Black woman. Still love that woman to this day, even though it didn't work out. What was actually the demise of our relationship was my ex, my children's mother, who was also a woman of Caribbean descent, half Caribbean descent at that, but nonetheless Caribbean descent, was raised with a Caribbean side, so she identifies more with that side. And I remember her friend asking me, one cultural difference I do think, and I really want to, this is not hate, this is not one is right, one is wrong, this is just genuinely a sociological, cultural difference between Black Americans and Black Brits. I did say it in my last video, but Black Americans are an ethnicity. They're a singular ethnic group. So inherently, they are one individual culture. That is one culture. So that's Blackness in the US is primarily understood as one culture. Obviously, there are regional variations, but that would be like, there are regions of India, there are regions of Tanzania, there are regions of Uganda. That's how Blackness is mainly understood in America. And that's how Blackness is experienced in America. Not just understood, I'm not saying it's a lower understanding. I'm just saying that's it, the experience of Blackness is an ethnic one. As well as, obviously, there's an understanding from Black Americans that when you come to the US, you're judged on the color of your skin. Yes, a police isn't going to think, when they see you, a police man isn't going to think, oh, this person is Nigerian. Obviously, you may speak and you may, then they may see you a different way. But in terms of racialization on a standard basis, yes, there is an element of just the physical racialization of Black people, but it's understood as an ethnicity. So but in the UK, Black culture is inherently multicultural, and that includes both in person and online. And I think that in the UK, we have a slightly more understanding that, for example, we see Somalis as some of the funniest people in the UK, some of the best comedians, but Somali culture is not Somali culture is not my culture, but Somali culture is Black culture. It adds to Black culture. Caribbean.
To do it from the US, we kind of claim our roots a lot more. I feel like we are more kind of culturally diverse. It's really interesting to me when Black British people say this, because you do realize that you have no choice but to cling on to your ethnicity, because British people refuse to allow you to have a culture within their country. Y'all house the original races. America has its problems, but we most definitely are a melting pot. And y'all are very much so a compartmentalized cafeteria tray. British people will never allow other races to speak for their culture. In America, all different ethnicities have their own specific cultures that do accumulate to the American culture. We enjoy soul food and Taco Tuesdays, and we like to go to hibachi for our birthdays. But when I think of British people as a whole, I only think of white people. I know that Black people live there. I know that Asians live there. I know that Middle Eastern people live there. But as a whole, when we're just speaking about Great Britain, you just think of white people. And that's because they refuse to let anyone else speak for their country or their culture. Y'all were this close to having a half Black princess in Parliament and had a damn fit. The girl literally says in the video that if I didn't know where I came from and I just knew myself as a Black Brit, I wouldn't feel like I had an identity. And you're absolutely correct, actually, babe, because your country refuses to let you have one. How have Black British people contributed to British culture?
Actually, a lot.
We're all on the same page on that one. It's different from the US, yeah. Like we kind of like claim our roots a lot more. I mean, I think we're all kind of like culturally diverse.
African Americans have no culture.
The black people from the West Coast are not the same as the black people from the East Coast. The London Bridge and everything like that. From where I'm from DC, we got the monument, we got the nation's capital.
So I also want to ask you, what has caused the division between black British people and African Americans in the US, like for example, you know, a lot of African Americans feel very angry that a lot of black British people are very ignorant towards their history and their culture and what they've been through in America. Like, do you agree with that?
Well, from what I've seen, I don't know a lot of black Brits, and even y'all don't even like it when we call y'all black Brits or black British people. But I don't know a lot of black people from the UK or African or Caribbean descent individuals from the UK, because that's where predominantly y'all are from. Some of y'all, even though you're Londoners, you're from the city, you have very much so stronger ties to your African or Caribbean culture. But like I tell the Caribbean people who live in America, just because you're not in your original country, that doesn't mean you didn't get dropped off. We just so happen to get dropped off in America. We've been there for hundreds of years, so we identify as Americans. As far as the beef, I don't really think that there needs to be any beef. We go through way more similarities than differences, you know, but we just need to respect each other's human experience, you know, and just have respect for one another and embrace cultural differences, you know, not look down on each other. I see a lot of criticisms about the young black youth and how in America and how they're stupid and how they're this and that. Well, same thing could be said in the UK. It's a lot of what do y'all call them? YNs? There's a lot of YNs out here too, and unfortunately, that's not something to be proud of.
Sorry to interrupt. Another point that a lot of like, I'll probably say, like for example, I'll say from the UK side that one thing that we do say is that there's this, you know, a lot. I can apologize for it when we say that, African Americans have no culture. Can I ask, what is African American culture like?
The reason why America has the world's eyes on it is because all the money and power from slavery went to America, and Americans are living in America. You literally black Americans live in a country that had been propped up the most by slavery. But that doesn't mean that black Americans are somehow more exceptional than black people from other countries. And don't think that black Americans are somehow better than the rest of the diaspora, because no one's better than anyone. None of us. No one in the diaspora thinks that. I mean, maybe people like jokingly think it, but no, like most of the diaspora understand that we're all interlinked. So no one can really be better than anyone because we're all mixed. We're all essentially African. We're all essentially Caribbean. We're just a melting pot. But America seems to other itself sometimes.
And what's cuckoo for fucking Cocoa Puffs is, what's that accent? Is this bitch not from Great Britain? Like, come on. Like, if we're going to be talking about propping yourselves up off of atrocities like enslavement and things of that nature, and how did America come to be? Did it just appear out of thin air? How did it end up being established? How did those first colonies come to exist? Did they just materialize? Do you not know what country you're from?
Black British culture is made up of Caribbean people and African people, and it's not a bad thing. There is no such thing as Black British culture without African people and Caribbean people, and there is no such thing as Black American culture without African people and Caribbean people.
People are shit.
I'm saying there is no such thing as Black American culture without X, Y, and Z, as if they're comparing it to people that immigrated somewhere. She, by her own words, said that her mom is from Jamaica, so she knows she's Jamaican. Your mom immigrated to the UK. That's why you know where your mom was from. But before your mom's family was in Jamaica, where were they from? If you can't tell me that, you can't sit here and try to tell Black Americans where their roots are or where they're from. Oh, we're all just a melting pot. No, we're not. We are not. And it's not the same as immigrating and becoming a melting pot. And then to say, oh, that's how you develop your culture. How is that possible if we were here before immigration even was a fucking thing? when our families were here, before that was even a fucking thing. And to compare the two is insulting. And to know.
All right, now listen.
Wait, hold on. Go back again. What the British girl said.
She was basically saying that Black America is a black melting pot, which is nonsense.
No. Go back to what she. I want to hear what she said again.
She was very funny, you know.
She said that there's no Black American culture without Africans and Caribbeans, which
Yeah, that's
is
what I
BS.
said. It's a black melting pot, which is nonsense.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, my whole thing is
there's Black Americans without Caribbeans, Steve.
This is what I would say like this. This is my opinion, right? When we first came to the continent in the 1600s, we were definitely Africans, right? Over time period, our environment created this thing called Black American, American Negro, and stuff like that based on our environment, you know, Creole culture, Gullah Geechee culture. And so it's a way of survival, right? Out of which, after like 200 years, the first 200 years, there was definitely an identity, that was distinction between Black people, because we were westernized. You know, Black people in the West, America, Canada, whatever like that, and the Black people that are still in Africa. You know, when Africans came here from the Caribbean and the UK, wherever like that, they assimilated into a Black world. There was no. You see, the problem is this: we have this middle ground shit going on in the Black world right now. But I see it. You got people talking about Black this, Black that, but even when I was coming as a kid, there was no white circle of friends you can hang out with. There was no white groups, whatever like that. You didn't do that. If you did those type of Black people like that, you would consider an outcast. You're an Oreo. The Black culture was this. Whether you're from Jamaica, Trinidad, wherever like that. When you came to America, right, you watch Black movies. You know, Spike Lee's movie come out. Everybody's in the movie theater, whether you're Jamaican, whatever like that. When it come out, when the rappers come out, famous rapper comes out, everybody was on the same page. You know, when Yusuf Hawkins was killed, there was no. Well, what was Yusuf Hawkins? Where was he from? Jamaicans were out there talking, protesting. Haitians were out there. It was a Black brother. Noema, right?
I mean, that happened during George Floyd, but go ahead.
No, well, I don't know about that.
There was definitely people, all different types of.
What I'm trying to make is this: there was no separate identity, you know, between Black people, right? When I was coming up. Nowadays, right, and also to get your point about George Floyd is that a Black thing, or was that a Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ, leftist thing? When I was coming up, we didn't have there was no leftist movement. Immigrants that came to this country, that came here, joined the Black church, joined the Black Power movement, stuff like that. You know, now the immigrants come here, and there were immigrant rights groups, and stuff like that. They stick with their own little bubbles. So when people come here and they say, "Oh yeah, well, they want to speak on Black issues," how can you speak on Black issues when I'm willing to put money on it? A lot of people who talk like that, particularly Caribbeans and all like that, they're not around Black people. I know it for a fact. I see them all the time. You ever you go out to the mall, you see that one Black person sit with a group of like 20 white people? I guarantee you they're immigrants.
I ain't gonna say guarantee.
Yeah, that's not it. Nah.
For the most part.
Nah, I can't say that, because that happens down south as well, and we don't have immigrants like that.
There's one lady, she was from Aruba, right? Oh yeah, she's telling her, yeah, but from Aruba, and she's like with her white friends out there, I guess her co-workers, whatever, and she just kept talking about them. For example, the lady that lost the governorship in the state of Virginia, what's some seniors?
Oh, the Black Republican lady?
Yeah.
I don't remember her name.
Why she lost? Every time they put a freaking camera in her messed up wig head, right? She always talking about her immigrant background.
Oh yeah, she's Jamaican.
And she was like, she actually was born here. You know,
She's Jamaican American.
immigrant roots, and I'm an immigrant when and I'm gonna tell you how Virginia is. Virginia, black people in Virginia, like, we ain't having that shit. She should have won.
Oh, hold on. Do you really think black people would have supported a Republican?
We did before, you know.
All right, come on, Nicole.
It depends. So there's instances, but it depends on the person. They gotta have more liberal leaning.
Let me tell you something, Steve, right?
Mm-hmm.
In Virginia, this is how it works in Virginia. Nobody gives a damn about political parties.
I heard that before.
Virginia, we don't care about political parties. We don't care. The Republicans, it doesn't matter, you know. Matter of fact, Governor Wilder, first black governor, he won because he had a lot of Republican votes. He was cool. People liked him, you know.
Mm-hmm.
We don't vote on party lines in Virginia. That's something for sure. She could have won. She could have won the black. If she would have won the black vote, by just talking simple stuff, you know, lower taxes, lower gas prices, that was a cake. That was an easy walkthrough because you combine the black vote with the Republican vote. She should have won. But she managed to piss black people off so much. Because every time everybody kept talking, yo, what's sickening hearing this bitch talk about her immigrant background, like basically othering herself from us. Like, I'm better. I didn't come here. Virginia, look, let me tell you something about Virginia. Well, black and white people have taken responsibility for the history of the state. White people know the atrocities that happen here. And for the most part, white people have been trying to make amends in this state. They don't ignore it. So when you got somebody running for governor, it's trying to slickly telling white people, oh, you got nothing to be guilty of. No, white people still have a responsibility for the black community here. Everybody knows that. That's the only way the state move forward. I would think Virginia is probably the most progressive state in the union. I believe Virginia, we got the highest standard of living, the most number of black people, money and everything like that. We like blow everything out the door here. Black people and white people work together to get along, everything like that. How do you do that? By everybody being honest with each other, right? She's coming with this divisive shit. Like, oh, y'all got nothing to apologize for. Look, I'm a black. I made it. I need no special help. That was a problem. You know? And also she lost.
I have a question for Frenchie, real quick, because I do find this conversation interesting with the Black British and everything. What is the education like on Black American history? Because I've been to Europe and I talked to, it was the Netherlands. I've been to Amsterdam. I met a few Black British people, but like when they say you don't know where they come from, I'm wondering, do they understand the history of Black Americans in the UK? Like, because I've been told they just teach y'all about civil rights and everything, but not how we necessarily got there, or how it's basically the same story as Jamaicans. So I'm curious, like, what is the education? Because I do hear that, like, well, when they say when they ask where you're from, I'm from the United States. No, where are you really from? I'm like, the United States. But you hear somebody from the islands say something like, well, I'm from Jamaica. I'm like, that's the same thing, basically. So what is the education around that?
I'll be completely honest with you. They touch on it, but very briefly.
Okay.
Very, very, very briefly. If we want to know anything about Black Americans, we'd have to do our own research. And that's just me being totally honest with you. They really do. When it comes to the history side of things as a subject, they will focus more on what the Brits have done, and they're proud of their the colonization and things that they've done. They are actually proud of that. When it comes to slavery, you may be lucky to get 1 or 2 lessons on it, but it's very vague, very brief. But yeah, that's just how it is over here, unfortunately.
I ain't gonna lie, like when I be seeing some of those Caribbeans talk about Black Americans don't know where they come from, I be looking kind of like, oh, okay, they don't even, like you said, it's the same story, so it's kind of weird to me. It's kind of weird to me they'll say something like that.
Yeah, and that's why I look at them like, because I was like, how do you not understand that? I realized, oh wait, I think somebody put it this way, like, do we necessarily learn about Jamaica or the rest of the Caribbean United States? I'm like, that's true, good point, because that's the British or Spanish or French areas and everything. So we don't learn about that, but we kind of have, for some reason, we have an idea of it, and everything. So it does go. It applies to them too, because they're not going to talk about the slavery in the United States, because I heard that they'll make the United States look bad, like they're horrible, but they'll make themselves look like heroes. So I heard they also talk about how they ended the slave trade and everything, and all like that, to make themselves look good. So that's what I thought. I think that is a disconnect for a lot of Black British people when they say that, because I think a lot of them think we're immigrants, and I'm like, no, not really. We've been here for
I thought they learned. Well, I mean, I seen people say they learned about the slave trade in like Caribbean countries. So wouldn't they? I don't know. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, the Caribbean countries understand it, but if you are a Caribbean person born in the UK,
I got you.
Yeah, it's gonna be different. So you're gonna have a British education, the Queen's education, and all like that.
I remember. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
It's like I mean, even when it comes to the slave trade, it was. I was talking to a Black American girl the other day, because like we got more like immigrants. I guess like immigrants. They like South American immigrants, but they Black. And she was telling me like, oh man, I saw these Black dudes, but they were speaking Spanish. And she was acting like, I didn't know they had Black people down there. And I said, yeah, I said the slave trade, you know, it wasn't just the Caribbean. A lot of people end up in South America, but even people here, they don't know that. They think
they don't.
It's kind of crazy. I was like, hey, you ever looked at the MLB? Don't you see all those dudes on the team? Most of them are like from South America. So I'm like,
or Puerto Rico or Dominican.
Or Puerto Rico, the Dominican, like Venezuela and all those countries, because that's baseball is like popular down there.
Yeah,
like
so it was probably more commonly known back in the past, because a lot of Negro League baseball players during the Negro League off seasons went down there.
Right.
So it was funny because I was talking to a friend on social media. She was on Twitter and said this Brazilian hair company followed her. She said, but I don't even look Brazilian. I said, Google Brazilian population and you'll see there's more Black people down there. She looked like, oh my gosh, there is.
Right.
So
right.
It's an ignorance out of depending on your education. I think in the Western Hemisphere, people know about us because our impact on industry and in the world. And like, even though Black British know about us, but they don't know the history. But when you're in the Caribbean or South America, they know how they got there, so they kind of figured how we got there too.
Right.
So it's just positioning your education. Education is key for a lot of people, and people don't often look outside their boundaries or their education because they feel it doesn't apply to them.
Right.
Or anything.
Like I didn't like I said, I didn't know, those Black people in South America. Like, you don't learn about it in school. We talked about the slave trade, but we only talked about it. Well, I went to school. We only talk about it as it like when it comes to us about they didn't really go into detail about everything. So I didn't really know that stuff until I got older and I started researching, looking on YouTube, stuff like that. I didn't know about those people down there. It was a shocker to me. I was like, Black people that speak Spanish, but as you get older, you learn about these things. And I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't really know much about Black British culture because I didn't, I just never thought about it, or what they went through. That I never learned about their history. So, I mean,
look up the Windrush generation.
Right.
That's like after World War II. A lot of Caribbeans came there. There was Africans there, but not as much as there is now. Then after that, the Africans came over. Shoot, people talk about delineation. Man, if you look at the during those areas, the the British Caribbeans, and the British Africans were going to war with each other. They were fighting. Yeah, they were fighting each other, and they did not get along. They still have their issues, but it's not as violent as it used to be. Because
I was watching a video, some Nigerian dude. I think he was he was Jamaican and Kenyan, and he was talking about it was another video of a Nigerian dude too. But he was like the Caribbeans over there was calling them African booty scratchers. I said, really?
I seen that video. Yeah, I seen that video. I think he's capping on that.
I said, how was No, but it was well, I don't know. Like I said, Frenchie, were they saying that back in the day, or that was like before there was a generation before you?
African Cadola, I honestly don't know. I can only
Okay.
speak of the fact that a lot of, and Kwame's not going to like this, but it's the truth, a lot of Jamaicans were picking on a lot of African kids in school for being African. It got so bad that a lot of African kids would then identify themselves as Jamaican to just
Yep.
avoid being ridiculed by them, which is really sad. But I would
Yeah.
say the tensions have definitely decreased. But now with the online movement of delineation, just like Afro Theory mentioned in the comments, it is rising. But I would say the majority aren't thinking like that. If anything, it's the Africans and the Caribbeans versus the Somalis, unfortunately.
Okay.
Somalis are just different altogether.
Yeah.
But they a different breed of I don't know what the fuck.
I know what they used to call the Caribbeans, which I heard this from a Gola Geechee guy, because he said he went to New York. And they said they used to call him Coconut too. That's what they used to call him, Coconut, because of their accent. They had that Caribbean accent, which is kind of
Gola
interesting.
Geechees don't even have a strong Caribbean accent. Well, I guess they sound Bayesian a little bit, but I can tell when somebody has a Gola Geechee accent.
Yeah, you could tell the difference. But even then, like he was telling me that's what they used to call him. They used to call him Coconut.
Yeah, I mean that's always natural when there's two groups, different culture. There's always going to be friction. I just look at it. It's like that's why I tell people, like, well, you called us this and you called us that. I'm like, yeah, every group makes fun of a new group of people.
Absolutely.
But I don't think it ever. The only people that have at least some complaints are the Haitians, and that's only down in Florida. But Black Americans as a whole, that's why I look at it like the UK. The UK was different. It was wild over there, but I think that's different because that's why I say I can't really compare the UK straight to the United States because they're immigrant. They're from an immigrant background, both of them. When we were part of America from the beginning,
right?
So that's why I look at it different.
As far as being different as well, Carla would tell you too. Carla, what happened when you moved to North Carolina? What?
It wasn't exactly pleasant, so.
You say it wasn't pleasant? Yeah, they was getting on you.
Yeah.
My uncle said he experienced the same thing when he went
to elementary school.
Oh, okay.
Elementary school, but I just understand, like like I said, they hear you got a New York accent. You from New York or not?
My uncle experienced the same thing when he moved to. Matter of fact, he had to move back down to North Carolina. He went up to DC, and he said that it was like he had to get into a few fights because dudes used to to try to get on him because he was from the South. But his mama ended up moving him back down to North Carolina because after school he was getting in fights with kids and stuff like that. So I mean that's just children in general. They just get on you if you're different. It's unfortunate it happens, but I mean, hey, that's just how it goes sometimes.
But yeah, about the topic, look, my whole thing, I don't want people thinking I'm against Black British actors taking roles because to be honest with you, we don't make these roles, It took, Delroy Lindo started to get a Marcus Garvey movie made what? Like 25 years, never got it done, And all these projects, a lot of Black men had projects, nobody invested in them. So, and I want to know, see, everything is done by scale in America, right? That means you have a core audience and then you have a crossover, right? What Michael B. Jordan is able to do, Ryan Coogler is able to do is he has a core Black audience where he's loyal, right? His base. And he has a crossover. Unless you can get that crossover, you're going to be in the same situation. Now, how do you get to that point where Black films are making people keep talking about Tyler Perry. When's the last Tyler Perry movie made?
He made one with Taraji P. Henson, which was like her having the worst day ever or some shit like that. He had to deal with Netflix So that's where all the movies are
I
now.
can't do Tyler Perry no more.
I can't either.
Tyler Perry's on his way out. You know,
Yeah.
he's on his way out.
Honestly, if he just stay as a movie producer and just pay for stuff and just let other people direct, I'll be fine with that.
You know, the problem is this: you got a lot of talent in Black America. You look at the reels and these skits that you be seeing and stuff like that. Small movies, they're really good actors, really good storylines, right? But no one thinks that Black people are worth the time. That's why they go with the lowest common denominator. You gotta be a gangster. You gotta be a thug. The female gotta be some 304, or some boss bitch, whatever like that, you know. And so therefore we get lost in thought because the record studios want to know is when we sell this movie to us, you gotta basically they know what sells, you know, what sells and crosses over with white people, right? Is Black people being a thug, criminal out in a street life culture. There's a whole side to Black America that exists that nobody knows about, which is a tranquil life in America. You know, some edgy stuff, but like this. For example, that movie Creed 3. Well, the reason why I liked it was edgy, but yeah, you see that house they were living in?
Yeah.
I like shit like that. I'm like, damn, man. I'm like, do we all got to be in the hood? We all got to be.
I mean, unfortunately, that's the culture that's glorified, and sometimes even us that glorify it. Like Brandon brings this up all the time. Even to think about Jasmine Crockett, right? She didn't grow up she didn't grow up like that. But look look how she acts, and how she talks. She still tries to. They still try to portray that same image. Even Black people that didn't grow up like that. So it's kind of.
And that's why I'm trying to tell Frenchie. We're trying to get away from that. And then we got foreign actors coming over and saying, yes, in Boston, I'll do it. That's what you know?
It's unfortunate.
Have you seen 61st Street?
You said what?
61st Street, the series on, I think it was on Netflix.
I never heard of this about.
You've never heard of 61st Street?
I think I heard of it, never watched it.
Oh wow, okay. Well, it was the first time I had ever seen the Black American flag. They portrayed it in the last scene of the movie, and it was series, and it was just, it was.
Well, I tell you what, I
amazing.
did like
it was amazing.
That TV show, The Gilded Age, and they showed the Black Gilded Age, that one season finale. I like that. You know, that was really uplifting. You know, The Gilded Age, because at the turn of the 20th century, you got a lot of Black that was super rich in this country, you know, America.
Yeah.
You know, in these elite societies, they had these elite social clubs and everything like that. The Gilded Age showed that when I was like, I like that, you know.
I would say streaming's actually doing a better job. Like there's a lot of Black TV shows that don't portray that. Like
a lot of streaming channels. Like I got all these channels. I got the Ebony channel. There's so many Black channels out here now streaming.
But Hollywood's dying, low key. So because like once you like China's making their own film industry and other countries are, Hollywood is still the strongest, but it's dying. And I think what it's going to where it's going to be a lot more chances for smaller, because technology is getting better. So I think there's going to be a lot more chances for Black people to just make their own movies and everything. Because like there was this one show that's based in Pittsburgh about a plumber, and it's like I think his dad had a secret life where they found a whole bunch of money. It's with the dude from Blackish that does the Old Spice commercials. I can't think of his name, but yeah, there's like a few of them on Netflix that I gotta watch after I watch too much anime, so I never get to them. But so it's getting better. I think, in my opinion, it's getting a lot better. It's just if you wanted to go Hollywood,
watch the Ebony channel. They got
what's your
on that beautiful, you know.
What streaming service is that?
It's I got it on Fire Stick, right? And we're on Fire Stick apps. There's an app on Fire Stick app. I got like thousands of channels, and there's like dozens of Black ones. 50 Cent got a channel called the Action Network. You know, he got a channel. You know, There's all kinds of digital TV is making it possible for anybody to get a channel. You know.
Yeah, because I used to love watching British TV. When I was like first got out of high school. That's when I was curious because I was supposed to go to the UK for my 20th birthday, but my aunt she got sick, so she couldn't pay for my trip. But she was going to pay for me to go to the UK and everything because I was deep into UK culture and everything because I thought the nuance it was similar but different at the same time. So I was like watching like I said Misfits. I was watching the Youngins. I watched like Top Boy and everything.
They had a show in the 90s.
Hey, Carla, drop the link.
They had a show in the 90s called Desmond. You ever seen that?
Isn't that like about a Caribbean barbershop or something like that?
Barbershop, whatever, like that. I used to watch that. It used to come on BET. I used to love that show.
Yeah, so we do enjoy it. Like if it's black people will watch it. We're like, oh shit, there is about some black people in the UK.
Start with the divisive shit, you know. It's like they can't help themselves. The black American. Like, dude, shut up, man. You know.
So we started it, Calla. Is that what you're saying? I mean,
let me put it like this. You know, I love you like a niece, right? Right. But you know, you online, right? And people just with a full chest. You see black American, blah, blah, blah. And they be the most ignorant motherfuckers in the UK talking shit about us. Don't know nothing about us. Black Americans don't have no culture. Black Americans don't have this. And you're saying, where do you get this stupid shit from? Why are you talking about us? You know?
I mean, we don't start anything. Just remember that. We don't start anything.
Because to be honest with you, you know, and there's a Black British start this thing was we got main character syndrome. Everything's around us.
You do.
I mean, Carla,
be real.
We are the main character. I'm gonna say we are the main character. Fuck out here.
I'm gonna keep it. Hold on, Dave. I'm gonna keep it real, Carla. I used to hear that too. I'm like, we don't got main character syndrome until I got on the internet and I saw people like we. It's like sometimes some of us we got to make everything about ourselves. And I ain't gonna lie, I see it all the time.
We're Americans. Yeah. We are the main character. That sounds fucked. It sounds fucked up, but we are the main character,
brother.
I'm being dead serious. Like this is what I seen. That's like even when we not even part of the conversation, a Black American got to put themselves in the conversation. Like we not even.
Give us since when?
Yeah, what is so funny? I was sitting watching a video. Right, it was a white guy in a you know what's those Jeeps that you drive on rough terrain. We're like he's in Africa, rough terrain. You know what I'm saying? You know, he's talking to African guys when I said, let's see what these chaps are talking about, right? I'm sitting there listening, blah, 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 blah. Next thing you know, what do you guys think about Black America? What the fuck?
That does happen. That does happen.
What the fuck? How did we get into what? I'm like, goddamn.
Was it a white guy?
Yeah, it was a white guy.
Oh, of course. They always ask stuff like that.
And I'm like, why are we the topic of conversation all the time? It's like, go away, leave us alone.
So, wait, Frenchie, you gotta keep it a buck. You see the influence that Black America has on Black British culture, though. Like I see it just from like my 10,000 feet view. I see like, oh, these niggas really just. No offense, I shouldn't call them niggas, but these dudes really follow what we do, in fashion wise, slang wise. Like y'all call y'all police feds. Y'all call y'all police feds, and y'all have no federal police.
No, we don't. We don't call them feds. We don't call them feds.
No, but they did take the gear though, like the New York wear and stuff, like with the jackets and like the Canada Goose and all of that stuff. Yeah, y'all gotta give us our swag back, man.
I like the goose. What is that? Black American?
Yeah, that's our street culture.
Migo. Migo.
It is. No cap.
Let Brother Leonard. I think you called him before. Let Brother Leonard get in here. Go ahead, brother.
To the sister that's ever across the pond, that's talking bloody good stuff.
Oh.
Could you perhaps let me know what form of music have the Brits originally developed that's black?
Oh, come on, bro. Listen, this Frenchie's like my niece, man. Come on.
I know. I just want to know what have the doggone blacks in the UK musically, have they created any form of music?
Well, actually, I think dance
we created.
Dance hall.
Garage.
No, dancehall's
You created.
Jamaican. Dancehall's Jamaican.
Thank you,
but I'm
sister.
saying is,
You're
hold up.
honest.
Hold up. But the thing is, though, and what made it popular and everything like that, a household name, is when it came to the UK, because that's when, like always, white people got
That's
all
true.
to it. You know.
That's true.
Oh, so you
But I was-
okay? So you all, so
I was-
you all are giving you all are giving white credit for black creation? Is that what we're doing here?
I want to hear what she wants to say. Hold on, give her
Yeah,
space.
I want to hear what she has to say.
No, so you asked about the genres, and for that I do have to give, the Caribbeans, in particular the Jamaicans, a lot of credit. So I would, if we're going down the list, I would say grime, drum and bass,
Oh yeah.
lovers rock, drill to a certain extent, bass line, garage music.
Drill music, no. Drill music,
Drill
no.
music is based out. Drill music is based out of Chicago.
They got
Okay,
their own
fair enough.
sound, but
I-
they got their own sound, but it's
I would-
it's based
They
on
developed.
Chicago.
They developed. Yeah, they developed the
Because that
knockoff.
grime, that's
of-
really y'all thing. I heard about that
But
before. That's really
grime,
Yeah, they-
garage music, bass
Okay,
line.
hold on. Let me tell you about garage music. Garage
Started in New
music.
York.
No,
Started
it
in New
didn't
York.
start in New York.
Oh,
Garage,
shit.
garage music, as they call it, is an offshoot of house music, which is the bastard child of disco, which gave birth to garage
Yeah.
in New York. Out of Chicago again. Shall we continue?
Oh yeah, the garage is. I know it came from house music, but the first time I heard garage was in New York.
Something, didn't it?
I know, but it came from house music in Chicago. You know, Chicago is responsible for
distinct,
practically
man.
every genre of black music that became something, minus hip hop. Chicago
Grime,
can't
I
claim
don't
hip
think
hop.
so. I don't think grime and
Speaking
bass
wise
line would
stuff
fit into
out
that category.
Drum and bass is derived off of EDM, which is derived off of rave, which is derived off of juke, which is derived off of ghetto house, which is derived off of house music. Now there's a real good reason that I could give you all that information as of house music, because I am the Chicago DJ.
Yeah.
I am the Chicago DJ that named house music what it is.
See?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. People
Got
could
you,
Google me
Steve.
and
We
my
got
picture
you.
will pop up when I was very young. So house music, I know all about it. But electric blues, Chicago.
Wait,
Big
what about
band
techno?
music, Chicago. Techno, Detroit.
I think that's derived.
Okay, yeah.
Techno's
Oh,
Detroit.
Yeah, techno's
Derek
Detroit.
May. Derek May. Mayday.
Isn't he a mayor?
Derek May? I don't know. But
No,
Derek
my
May.
fault. I think he was in Eric Mays. My fault. I'm sorry.
Oh, Eric May. Yeah, but
Eric Mays,
him Mayday. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was
rest in
Detroit.
peace.
That was techno. Yeah. And people from Chicago that know the history will give Detroit their props and say Detroit invented techno. Techno didn't come from Chicago, but you get some that don't know any better. Yeah, Chicago invented techno. No, Chicago didn't.
They get confused with the Midwest. Just lump y'all together.
Yeah, but the Midwest created everything. Stax Records out of Memphis, Isaac Hayes, Otis Redding, all the rest of them. Motown, Detroit. Every record label, record row in Chicago. Now, you can look this up. You don't believe me. The first major rapper that was signed to a record deal, which is Curtis Blow, he was signed to Mercury Records in Chicago. Sugar Hill Gang was not signed to a major record label. That was the independent label. Mercury Records was a major label. So now, Idris Eldris was a great house music DJ. I mean, I'm glad he made it in movies, but Idris Eldris, he was a beast. He had his foot on Carl Cox's neck so doggone bad as a house music. Idris Eldris is bad. I give credit where credit is due on it for real.
Is there any other music that the UK might have made? Black, British might have made? Anything you can tell us?
May
Spencer?
have. I'm waiting because dance hall and all that that's from Jamaica.
What about
Now
some
the only
Afro
thing the
swing?
UK guys got, they got the grime. That's like their thing. That's like they kind of rap. They the only ones that
Grime is
can
just
rap
hip
like that.
hop. Grime is just hip hop with a
But I
British
mean, we're gonna
accent.
get on ground. We got to
But
get them their
we
own.
can't do that though.
No, it
That's
isn't.
like
No,
that's
you
hard,
can't.
man.
Okay, if it's an original form of something, it has to really be so unique and different from its foundation.
Yeah,
You
it's like
know,
next
like the
level unique.
blues. The blues is basically depressing gospel.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It's call and response from the slavery days on plantations. Oh my Lord, we raking it down, we working from sun until we done. That comes from the roots of slavery.
I will say
I hope
UK
I
got
don't
some
sound too
good
much
ass.
like a school teacher because I like
No,
giving
this game
young
is
folks
good.
information.
This is a good game. This is a good game.
I really do, because young people have been so misled and led astray, and it's people in my generation fault because people in my generation dropped the ball
How so?
because we did not instruct as a whole all of our children. So we have children that are running astray that have no real solid history, no knowledge of themselves, the history, anything, and they're going on what they heard, and they're having an identity crisis, missing out on anything. But you got to respect the youngins because they came up with this thing called FBA, and I love that. Foundational Black Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
And they designated, they were like, hey, look, if you are in this country, but your family bloodline does not go back pre-Jim Crow era. And I was like, I like that.
I ain't mad at it.
Now, let me get focused, Dave. On Dave. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't want to take over. I'm
No
sorry.
problem. Good evening, gentlemen. Let's remember where this topic is coming from. You know,
Right.
we all know Drewski still in hot water with the Erica Kurtz situation.
Oh yeah.
You know, he had to drop something.
He had to
You know,
pivot, but
you
not
see
yet.
that the diaspora wars is going on.
Right.
You know, you got to drop something.
Yeah.
You know, to fuel the fire a little. Now
Well, let me
back
ask you a
on
question.
to
Let me ask
this.
you a question, Dave. Now, I
Well,
watched the video, but you gotta admit, he hit that round in that head around the net, right?
It was funny, but
The guy he's
Tyler-
talking about, right? My only problem I have is this, right? You got a guy that you listen to him talk, right? It's like back in the days, we would call dudes like him Oreos.
Cool.
Cool.
The guy, Idris, whatever his name is, the actor, you know,
Idris Eldris, he would have been called the Oreo.
Eldris.
Dangerous Eva. Idris. Dangerous Eva. Idris. The dude that played Snowfall. The dude that played in Snowfall.
Oh, you know what? I never saw that movie. I mean, or series, whatever. Snowfall. I've heard about it. I never seen it. So
anyway, he played in Moonlight, I believe, too. You know. Anyway,
No, he wasn't in Moonlight.
well, somebody else. That's Ali. What his name is. Same thing. But my point I'm trying to make is this. Basically, I remember that time period, 1986, crack epidemic. It was a beautiful time and the worst time in Black America, really, you know? So anyway, what I'm saying is this. You're going to play a role like that, right? You're going to play a role like that. Usually, when people play roles like that, they're usually from that. They can articulate that.
But Carla, it's none of our faults. And if it's anybody's fault, it's Black America's fault.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't keep your movie houses.
Right.
You didn't keep like somebody like Denzel Washington is supposed to have a studio. He's supposed to be putting people on. He's supposed to be in production. Spike Lee, you know. You know, so we dropped the ball. It's like, come on now. It's like,
now I could tell you young people exactly what happened in 30 seconds or less. When I was a child and they desegregated everything, all the black folk was like, I'm going to get ice from the white man freezer because his is better than the ice in the black man freezer. There you have it. It's just that simple.
Like look at
I'm
Hollywood
old.
right now.
I'm in my 60s. I tell you the truth and shame the devil.
Look at Hollywood right now. When the last time we seen a movie about black love? Growing up, you used to see Love and Basketball.
Yeah.
You used to see Poetic Justice. You don't see black movies.
Remember we had
We don't see that no more.
We had UPN Network. Remember the other one?
You had UPN, yeah.
Also like that, we
gave it up. So it's now. Now,
but people always say it could survive now because of the internet and stuff like that. UPN.
So now you got these white.
That's a lie. They're lying. They just don't want to compete.
It's a strategic reason why they hire black British actors. It's like, first thing first, Britain does have some of the best acting schools in the world. Let's get there. They're built there. They have a lot of fine arts in Britain. And then
so do the United States.
Bro, let me finish talking, bro. I know you the FBA, man. I know you on the FBA.
Oh wow.
I'm a guy with the facts. I'm a guy with the facts. That's all.
Bro,
let's keep it peaceful.
If anybody's an executive producer, of course, if I'm a white boy working in Hollywood and I'm an executive producer and I'm making a slave movie, I don't want to hire no black American. I'm gonna give me a foreigner, pay him cheaper, and I can tell him to do whatever I want him to do.
Agreed.
It's like, come on. You gave up the movie studios. Spike Lee's supposed to have a movie studio. Denzel's supposed to be in production. You know what I mean? Like, come on. I could blame the black British actors because socially and politically they're not inclined with what's going on in America.
But Dave, I said this. Dave, check this out. I said earlier, right? I said one thing I did not, like 12 Years a Slave. One thing I noticed in the movie, right? I was looking for this, right? I never heard one white person mention that I'm a white man. And I look at history. They were always adamant was not just you're a nigga, but I'm a white man. It's almost like they're not implicating themselves in anything, right? It's just like some circumstance you fell into being black here in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, back in the day, they would say, John Keith Calhoun, this land is for the white man, the white man, the white man. They completely said everything out of white man's mouth was the white man. They used to say the white man. They identify. But notice how that's been erased from history.
No, like for me, like the way I look at it, Kyla, we supposed to be hiring the black British actors or black actors in America.
Even the white actors, right? I want
to control that
and show it like it really was, right? That a white man was so jealous of his slaves that he had them castrated. Like I told earlier, Dave, George Washington Carver, right? I think there was a movie made about him, right? But you know one thing about George Washington Carver you don't know? His so-called benevolent slave owner that sent to school for education, they gave him, he had him castrated.
Yeah, I know. So he won't. So yeah, I know. That's why he had that squeaky voice.
That's why he had that voice. Yep. But that part of history, if you were to talk about George Washington Carver, if white people have it, they're gonna leave that out, and they're gonna basically like
yeah. And then the black British don't know that story.
But wouldn't making a movie about him, wouldn't that make people look at his life and see that?
But who responsibility is it to make a movie about George Washington Carver? It's
black people. I understand that. It's absolutely black people. But I'm just saying, like, even if they made a movie about him, people would like, I mean, some people go back and look at the details of things. They just don't watch the movie. They want to, they want to learn more.
Hold on. If you don't tell that part of the story, you got to tell her that why he never married. Why he never
married because he was castrated. He never was married. Nothing. He was always focused on his work. They say he was scared he was gonna sleep with the slave master daughter or something like that.
Yeah, that was the reason why.
That's why they cut his shit off. Yeah, know the story. But it's not. It's our responsibility to tell George Washington Carver's story. Not no white executive producer in Hollywood. That's it. It's supposed to be Denzel or somebody.
That's why we got
But you got to consider your audience. Now, if you look at 12 Years a Slave, 12 Years a Slave globally grossed 187 million, if I'm not mistaken, whereas Schindler's List grossed 322 million. So you have to consider your audience.
Yeah, so they're going to consider that, right? Right? They're going
you have to. A movie. You have to.
If you're an you're talking like an executive producer, right? You're talking like somebody's got to pump $20 million in a movie. So you got to look at it from a business perspective. If black people wanted these things, they could have did it. You know.
I mean, nowadays you don't have to do a mass movie release because they're streaming. Because we were talking about this before y'all came up here. You talking about
nobody's gonna watch it, bro. Nobody's gonna watch it. Nobody's gonna watch it.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to movies, when it comes to movies and slavery, 100% blacks do not want to watch. They don't want to watch it. Like Amistad, they didn't want to watch that. Roots was. And this is on TV. Roots was the most watched television program in history until they did a nuclear war movie called The Day After. But when I was in grammar school, we were getting tested in school for what we saw on Roots. It ran a whole week, and after they were done, we were getting tested on the movie Roots. Yeah, all that's over with. In
2013 we watched the whole movie and tested. Man. It depends on. So the George Washington Carver wouldn't be necessarily a slave movie,
right? I'm not talking about him.
So I would say it depends on the slave movie because there is slave stories that are actually interesting, where there's stories of black people fighting back. But I'm just saying, if you're talking about overall cinema and movie, you don't have to do because the theater is dying anyway. Because movie theaters are becoming too expensive, and people enjoy staying at home now because they got the nice, fancy flat screen TVs. So you can actually make movies. So I remember you said there's no black romance. There was actually an animated one starring Kid Cudi, and who's like a alternative rapper, but he did a voiceover for an animated character for romance. So it's out there, and there's another one called God Is, which that one looks bad. But so these movies are coming out that are black owned and black created. There is now. I may not agree with the people making them, but it is happening. So I think there is more options for black creators. I think a lot of people have the dream of having the box office hit and everything. We just gotta start out small and create our own audiences. Because even with Get Out. Black people did not Get Out, Sinners. Black people carried that, and other people follow because we still set trends. Even with blaxploitation, blaxploitation saved Hollywood. So we still have a good say so in Hollywood, and whatever we do watch or see is cool.
There was the say so with all these black British actors. Where was the say so with that?
That was.
I mean, come on now. If you could get someone to play a role and it's just like this is a Bill Cosby quote. He once said, "It doesn't matter how degrading a role is to a person or their people if they're black. It's always someone in Hollywood that's willing to play that role for $1."
Mm-hmm.
Bill Cosby said that way back. And it was true. It's as long as you got. I mean, you think about. Remember Ezel from Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Remember how many movies he was in?
Yeah.
They ain't no the hell way his old lady's supposed to have been doing a GoFundMe to bury that man. No way.
No way.
No way. You got the dude currently now. The one that was in what was it? Minister Society. No, I'm going here handle that for you. I'm gonna handle it. The Goofy. I'm gonna handle that for you. I'm gonna handle that for you, cuz. No, he ain't gonna dog you out. I'm gonna handle it. His old lady put up a GoFundMe because he got medical issues right now.
How many other movies was he in besides Menace?
Man, he was in Tales from the Hood. He was in Set It Off. He was in dude was in some movies.
I ain't gonna lie, he wasn't getting paid shit.
No, but he was in some movies. You know what I'm saying? And now you got, when you was talking about, somebody mentioned the aspect of love. Now you got the little young chick that was she's from Robbins, Illinois. She was in a movie with Denzel Washington when she was a little girl. I can't remember her damn name. I know it if I hear it. Something Akeelah and the Bee. Something.
Oh, Keke Palmer.
Oh yeah, Keke Palmer.
Yeah, she's from Robbins, Illinois, south suburbs. Like, damn, good you made it out that motherfucker. But anyway, you got Chicago folk won't go to Robbins. They raw. But real talk. Now, she was talking to old girl that was in Friday running around. What's her name? Nia Long. Yeah. Nia Long. She's telling her she want that love that they had back in the 90s when men and Nia. Yeah, it's like, well, Nia was a 304.
Yeah, I heard that.
She had the opportunity to have that love, but she kept thinking she could trade up on men. The same thing with Vivica Fox. Vivica Fox was fine. Back in the day, the brothers was like, man, listen. But she kept trying to trade up in value. And what? Then you got the craziest woman that ever came out of Chicago. It's like, you're no longer Diamond on Players Club. You're not her anymore. Lisa is over.
Lisa Ray.
Yeah, Lisa is over. It doesn't matter. Yes, you're at the Chosen Few picnic. You think you're a celebrity. You're regular old ass people to us. You Lisa, nobody in Chicago is jockeying to try to get at you. Okay, you when back in the day, yeah, you could have, but come on now, no. So, and if the family unit, and I'm gonna land my plane because I don't want to get started and go and do a whole sermon. If the family unit does not come intact again, it's only going to get worse over time.
Oh, yeah, it's over already.
Only going to get worse. Because remember, back when I was born, only 26% of children were born out of wedlock. Now you're up to doggone like damn near 75% born out of wedlock. It's forever getting worse.
It's funny, Keke Palmer actually owns her own production company, and she is doing. I think she made her own streaming company as well. So that is one example for it. So it is happening. It's just I think black people want it to be as scale as white people. That ain't gonna happen. I think if you had some Magic Johnson movie theaters, maybe, but like we have to be happy with what we have, and you can partner overseas because I know that I hear like a lot of Black British people want to make their own movies. We still have the money and ability to do it, and I think it's going to grow bigger and bigger and bigger. And yes, we don't control those roles and everything, but also like Focus Dave said. They don't want our American black actors to do this because we're going to always have some objections to it, and we're going to demand our money for it. So that's going to be a problem. And what you have people over in the UK who has a smaller slice of the pie over in the UK because their film industry isn't as big. They're going to say screw this, and they're going to come across the pond and try to get a piece of what we have. And I think because we did let a lot of them open arms, that's a factor. But Hollywood, when they do make these black movies, though, Hollywood still banks on the black community coming to see it. They still see it because, like I said, Harriet didn't do nothing. That Whitney Houston, where a Nigerian woman played her, that didn't do nothing. Snowfall was probably the only one where it was really successful, but they hid his British accent till the last moment. You gotta remember, Hollywood will do that. They are strategic. So I think a lot of people are just looking at things and trying to figure out, because no matter when Hollywood do a movie, they still targeting their domestic base with it. So, like I said, we do have some say so by just with our dollar and spending power, and if we're going to watch it or not. But
let me ask you a question. When The Wire came out?
The Wire, that's like early 2000s.
Yeah, that was 2000 and damn,
that was
2000. Was it 2002? I think. Good, because I got the whole series. I should know. What year did The Wire come out? 2002. Okay, I just pulled up.
I was 7 years old when that came out.
So did any of us know Idris Elba was a British actor at that time? Did any of us?
Nobody.
I didn't know he was one in that Tyler Perry movie.
Nobody knew. So
because they hit it.
The point I'm making is this shit been going on, bro. This shit been going on. So to complain about this shit 20 when we had time to build our movie studios up.
Yeah, Dave, the problem is this. We all knew that, right? We no one cared, right? It ain't the social media, and you got a lot of Black Britons out there. Like, let me give you an example. Delroy Lindo was basically our adopted child, right?
Yeah. That's the OG. That's an OG.
Tell me why when he got that nomination, we're so proud he's a Black Briton. He hasn't been in the UK in 40 years.
That man, that's us. He's us. He's us. He's part of us
now. So they're playing, like I said, Brett, you don't believe me.
But Kyla, you can't take that from a grain of salt. Come on. Like I said, when we think about Britain, we think about white people. We think about no Black Brits.
That's what I'm saying. So we get along, and
then that speaks to your ignorance then.
No, I'm being honest, Frenchie. When we think about the UK, we think about the British culture. We think about the red coat.
I think about
King. You know, think about the King and Queen.
Mary Poppins.
And tea and crumpets.
Well, the thing is
hold on. Let me explain it, Kyle. Hold up.
Okay.
I know where this coming from. You know, the Black people of Britain, they got no shine. Not on the world stage. So you take it for a grain of salt. Nobody cares about a Black Brit.
I remember Benny Hill. That was my favorite show.
Being honest, Frenchie. I'm sorry.
I mean, if you go back in the day, you want to see like racism. There was this movie called To Serve with Love. Sidney Poitier played in it. I think it was made in 1967. And there was this one kid that parent died, but he was of a biracial relationship. And it was like, no, we're not going to support this guy. And different things happened because Sidney Poitier was a Black from the United States that went to teach in London. And whatever. So a lot of this stuff, just like this movie called The Kids Are All Right, they only had one Black guy in it. He was a Jamaican dude, and he was their drug dealer, their personal little drug dealer. There were no other Blacks in the movie.
But there was in Nigeria, and the guy said to him, I wouldn't be friends, but you're a nigger. You know, it was a British. And they ended up executing him at the end by firing squad. He had did something, like that. It was in the British Army, Black guy. He did something, they executed him. That came out back in the 90s. I forgot the name of the movie.
Yeah, whichever one that was, I don't recall that one. I'd like to see it though.
It's a British movie. It was about I'll find the name of it one day. It's about a Black guy who's in the army. He did something, right? And he went on trial, right? And he got sentenced to death. I forgot what it was. I don't know whether I don't know what it was, but he got sentenced to death. But he's basically the guy that was going to execute him. He said, I'm sorry it worked out. He said, it's okay, my friend. Kept saying my friend with that stupid British accent. The Black guy,
Well, I gotta be a stupid British accent.
Damn. Your niece got a British accent.
Why I gotta be a stupid British accent, Carla?
He said, "Nigga, I'm executed. Oh, fuck you, whatnot." You know, he said they're telling about you've been such a good friend and all stuff like that. And had that accent just really threw me off. You know, I was like,
hey, I'm not gonna lie.
I tell you what to do you. This will really do you. You go to Europe and you're hanging out in clubs and you kicking it. And you see this fine little red bone, and you be like, "Hey, how you doing? My name is Leonard." My name is and she got a German accent. You be like, "What?"
I've been there. I wasn't that shocked. Hey, listen,
I wasn't shocked because I was like, I know the world is a big place. Other people be shocked as hell, and it's like,
Leonard, Leonard, in high school, my geometry teacher, right? He was a Chinese guy, but you close your eyes, he sound like a straight Jamaican.
I've seen those before.
Leonard. Peep game, Leonard. Everybody was scared of him. We was like, yo, he Jamaican and he Chinese. He know karate. We don't learn this knife. He might chop us, bro.
And that's another thing. Big in the United States are the stereotypes.
Okay.
Stereotypes.
I found the movie. It's called Mr. Johnson.
Okay, I'm writing that down.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. The way I used to watch like majority white UK films, and they'll have like some black people in them. They be doing them dirty in those films. The worst stereotypes. This is like the late '90s, early 2000s, and like it was like a diamond heist movie where these people were trafficking in diamonds. It was like a comedy, and they had 3 black people. They made them look like absolute buffoons. I'm like, yo, what the hell?
About that movie, the gods must be crazy.
It had Jason Statham and Brad Pitt or something like that.
That's my movie, Carla. Oh, the guys must be crazy.
They make
the
Bush like fools in that movie.
I was mad. I was mad how they treated them. Like, yo, why they make them look so bad? I'm like, dang, what the? I'm like, is this how they really be treating black people in British films?
Yeah, but
rather that than have them wear bloody dresses like your actors do.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Oh yeah, please.
You guys heard me.
No, somebody was talking.
You got a soft voice, Frenchie. It's kind of hard, You
ain't got nothing to do with soft. I didn't hear a word she said. Continue, please.
I said I'd rather that than have our actors wear bloody dresses. That's what I said.
Oh, she said.
Shots.
You're trying to. You're talking about them wearing blooming dresses. What about the Mods and the Rockers in the '60s, darling? Out in Brighton, the Mods, they look like. If you change the word from M to F, the Mods look like. If you really, you know what? I'm gonna leave that one alone now.
I'm pretty sure there's some black British actors
Hollywood
in
the
dresses.
United States. Hollywood in the United States is always trying to be inclusive on stuff. Like it was this movie called 12 Strong, and it was about a special forces group from Fort Campbell, and they went over to Afghanistan, right? Now they had the black guy in there that was in the movie when they was wearing the blindfolds and they was doing all Bird Box. Yeah, remember the black dude in Bird Box?
Little Rel.
I don't know his name, but it's a black dude. He's in Bird Box. I see him in a couple of movies, but I don't know his name.
Yeah, Little Rel. Yeah.
Not Lil Rel. No, that goofy. He from Chicago.
Wasn't he in
Somebody
Bird
need
Box?
to kick it. Yeah, he was in Bird Box. Yeah, Lil Rel. Yeah, somebody need to kick him down some stairs. Did I say that out loud? Yeah. No, I'm talking about the other dude.
I know his name.
The other brother. Anyway,
I remember he died the worst death ever in that movie. That's why I thought you were talking about him, Lil Rel.
No, hell no. Lil Rel, no. That dude, he you got to be a horrible comedian if you're not as funny as Kevin Hart. But that's all the show.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Don't cough up a lung now. But 12 Strong, they had this one brother in there, and I could look this up. I'll give you his name if I find it. But he was in there with the group, right?
Nah.
There were no blacks in that special forces group, right? But Hollywood got to be inclusive, and that's how they do it. Let me see here. The cast of 12 Strong, and they got. I'm like, okay, get to the black one. Let me see. Oh, Trevante Rhodes. Trevante Rhodes, that's his name.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, it's this guy.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
Yeah. He's been in a lot of movies. They confuse him with the dude from Chicago that was in The Wire. Not that he didn't play. Not Stringer Bell. Avon Barksdale. They get him confused, and that's the thing. Like, what's his name? Fred Wood or whatever it is. Now he's from Chicago, but he got the New York East Coast accent thing down so tight. People think he's actually from the East Coast. And he's not.
Hey,
I'm like,
Hey Frenchie. You know what? I got the perfect roles for black British actors. You know what? Anytime they're welcome over here. Anytime there's a certain role available where black men wear a dress, they can come on over here and take that role. That'd be perfect for them.
and you know what?
We'll leave that to you guys.
Nah, they can come right over here. They can come right over and take that.
And on
get a
top
nice
of that,
tight paycheck.
Yeah, you can get some white guy chasing around like Benny Hill, and when he catches, he just be like, he used to kill me slapping that old man on the head. Benny Hill was a whole fool. They thought Monty Python was crazy. No, Benny Hill, that dude was a total fool. Yeah. But wait a minute. Isn't that one that Sign Your Name Upon My Heart? Who was that singer? Isn't he a black Brit dude? Terrence Trenton D'Arby?
Seal.
Not Seal, no. I ain't gonna mistake Seal. That dude looked like a hefty cent stack full of hell no. I couldn't mistake him. That motherfucker face looked like take a bite out of crime. But yeah. No, he made Dance Little Sister, Sign Your Name Upon My Heart, I Want You to Be My Baby, had the dread. Terrence Trenton D'Arby.
He's American.
Who?
He's American.
Terrence Trenton D'Arby was American?
Mm-hmm.
You sure? Okay, because I know Melly Vanelli is not. They got discovered when I was over in Europe. So, let me see. Let me find out. Terrence Trent D'Arby.
I didn't know that guy. The guy from what's that dude that used to sing that Mama used to say songs. I didn't know that dude.
Across My Heart. That's an American song by an American person.
No, that's not. That's you're talking about. Okay, hold on. You're talking about Billy. One of them nights you feel like getting down. Billy Ocean. That was his first hit.
No, I'm talking about Sananda.
Who?
Oh, goodness.
He was talking about Billy Ocean, the dude that made Caribbean Queen.
Caribbean Queen.
Yeah, he's a British guy. Made those couple of hits initially. Then they had that other guy, Mama used to say, Junior.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Afro Theory. He is American. Thank you.
Yeah, I just looked up and they said he was born in New York. I was like, really? Okay, I thought he was born over there.
We could have a Delroy Lindo case. We don't know. I'm messing with y'all.
Yeah, you don't know. They might have found him out the backside of a dumpster. So I don't know. He's a great actor. But Yeah, with Terrence Trent D'Arby, you know, the reason I'm thinking he was from over there because that's when the album came out and he had that same Melly Vanilli look. And at the time that he came out, everybody had that Ready for the World, Prince and the Revolution, the DeBarges look. So him having the dreads and everything was not, it didn't look like. And then he's a black guy in New York, and all the women were white in his music videos. It would lead you to believe, no, this is not.
Yeah. I mean, Black American man be playing the snow sometimes.
Well, we know that, but at the time, you're trying to promote something musically. That would have been like D'Angelo. They trying to promote him, and every time you look at him, well, what he doing the game. He making neo soul, great neo soul at that. And it's some, you know, it's a Becky in the mix. I mean, because when it comes to music consumers, black women are the biggest consumer. Well, they were when it was actually love songs and all meaningful and like that old.
They still the biggest consumers.
That old stuck ass song by Maxwell. That's on none of my tapes.
What song?
Sound like a hamster getting violated in its own cage, you know.
Goddamn.
Oh hell no!
Oh, that one. Song? You don't like that song? Oh,
hell no! That song gives me a hard off. I don't like some man singing all. I want to go shopping with you, and we can pick out our clothes. They match each other.
Oh man.
No, that's down low brother music. I don't know, man.
Down low brother music.
Yeah. Give me some cats with some doggone real voices. You know, Teddy Pendergrass, turn them off. Like, yeah, okay. Damn, nigga.
You ain't fan of the falsetto?
Women be like, I'm gonna give it.
You don't like the falsetto.
You don't like the falsetto?
Not that falsetto. The closest I like to falsetto is Brian McKnight.
Okay.
That's as close as I get right there. Anything above, except for Philip Bailey. Reasons was just
Reasons.
Everybody tried to sing it. Everybody tried to sing that.
The reasons. Man, that song.
See, that song came out
all about getting me some
born, and you trying to sing it.
I know.
If you're a black American, you know that song. Come on now.
It's another song. It's another.
Go ahead.
No, the ultimate black American song. You ain't black if you don't know this song. Okay? Girl, you know I
love you. Yeah.
No matter what you do.
Yeah.
Lenny Williams.
See, Frenchie, you getting some culture right here. You can tell your UK friends. So you give them the cheat codes.
And that's how you can tell when a motherfucker in love and get their heart broke. I mean, all up in here, they would listen to that shit at home and be drinking and crying, and then they don't even give a damn if somebody see them. Man, bro, leave me alone, man.
Don't tell them all the answers to the test. They're gonna try to infiltrate now.
I'm telling you,
I'm messing around.
They'll be like, what my man say? I played my record till I didn't want to hear him no more. I watched television till television went off. And my friend said, Lenny, forget about her. And I told my friend, maybe you ain't never been in love like I've been in love. Maybe you never felt what I felt. Manly worth a damn, but any man that been hurt, you be like, yeah, I know, yeah, that and yeah, and it was my fault too, because I thought I could just go and put my key in any lock, and I messed around and opened up the wrong door and got caught.
See, no, you need to play some Orange Juice Jones after that. Let's set it straight.
No, that's if she cheat. Yeah, gonna get that alley cat coat wearing up. They had a flip on that. It was this dude called Freddie Fox made this joint called "Somebody Else Bumped Your Girl." That rap song didn't really get big because the brothers didn't like it. He's like, somebody else bumped your girl. And the thought of it rocked your world. Somebody else bumped your girl. It make you mad, don't it? Yep. Yeah.
One thing I will give the UK, they do got some good R&B. That's one thing. They still make good R&B, like that 90s classic style.
Yeah, they make a lot of good stuff. You can't take it from them, you know. I mean, it came from here, so hey, give them they just do. Jimi Hendrix had to go over to England to become a star in the United States. Come on now.
Yeah. A lot of Black American artists had when they couldn't make it over here anymore, they had to go back over to the UK and Europe.
Yep. Then they became superstars and came back. You know, people think Led Zeppelin was a rock band. That was a blues band.
Blues band, yeah. Stole everything too.
Hell yeah. You listen to their music, dude was like, I was dazed and confused so long it wasn't true. Wonder Woman didn't bargain for you.
The Beach Boys.
A lot of people talking. Many of them know the soul of a woman was created below. It's like, God damn.
The Beach Boys took Surfing USA from what's his name?
Chuck Berry.
Chuck Berry, yeah.
Yep.
Then My Baby Don't Step by Cheating.
He got out of jail. He got paid.
Yeah, My Baby Don't Step by Cheating. Hound Dog, Elvis stole those from black artists.
Yeah, then Mick Jagger think he black. It's like just because you got some big ass lips, that don't mean you black. But you trying to dance like Tina Turner with them big ass lips. That motherfucker look like a beige Jay-Z and shit. See, I done fucked it up. Y'all ain't gonna let old people on y'all panel no more. That's what's gonna happen. Don't let old people on here because they be saying shit. It don't make sense, but it do make sense at the same damn time.
You said a beige Jay-Z.
I know. Floetry. I would say Floetry did come over here and do. Craig David. I remember that in Floetry. They were big over here. I know Craig David had like a 2-album run.
Across the pond?
Yeah. Marsha Ambrosia.
Really?
She's British.
How about y'all mess with Sade?
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, man. I remember.
I don't trust you if you don't like Sade.
Man, I remember her big head ass from Berlin, Germany, and Stuttgart. Yeah, I remember her.
Her fine big head ass.
No, she looked like the rest. If y'all could have been over there in Europe when I was over there, I mean, because it's like they would come and we'd be like, "You who? All right." Didn't nobody give a damn because everybody had. You know, it wasn't like you was a celebrity. That only worked in the United States. Mm-hmm. Then somebody even tried to run a lie, right? From the conversation they saw at the Peppermint Club, talking about something. He probably wrote that song about you. What? Smooth Operator. Smooth Operator. What the fuck? It say coast to coast, LA to Chicago. That ain't coast to coast. You from Chicago. I'm sitting here
yeah, that is right. You can tell she wasn't from America. I always think about like that's not even coast to coast. That's Midwest to coast. Well.
Yeah, but that was a chick I broke up with automatically because I was like, "You crazy as hell. You think Sade wrote a song about me, banging her out, and I'm a smooth operator? No, you mental." This was before Jenny Jones and Montel Williams and them had a talk show, Donahue and stuff. I didn't need to see it on TV. I know Crazy when I seen Crazy. And I'm like, nope, you got to go. Dude, that's when put doggone poison in your doggone mashed potatoes or something. Crazy ass woman. Yeah, but they had some good ones. Then they had this other one. You all are probably not familiar with her. Her name was Samantha Mumba. And she was from Ireland. She was like the Janet Jackson of Ireland.
Name sounds familiar. She's
fine too. Got married to a LAPD, got out the music business. Let me see. Samantha Mumba. I'm gonna pull up a picture of her from, yeah, she was, yeah, that's Samantha Mumba.
No, I haven't seen her before, but she is fine.
Yeah, she had this song "Baby Come On Over," and she had another song, and it was total British. Not British accent, but she's from Ireland, so she still had that. You know that accent they got. But
I actually don't mind when like people from the UK sing, like Stefa. I like his accent when he sings. He has a good accent when he sings. So if you have an accent and you can really sing, it don't matter. Like Tim's, she has an accent and it sounds good when she sings. It always throws me off when they sing in their full American accent, though. But I do appreciate a nice British accent that can blend with their natural singing voice, and they can do the runs and everything.